Hello, welcome to another Final Fantasy Friday with me, Boltish McGammer. The reason I'm starting here instead of where I was last week is because, in order to unlock Adkiragh as a custom delivery person, I need to be here. But boy, is it an entirely different week. So much has happened. It is a new update, but they only added one thing. Well, okay, 3 things to the game. And so, in spite of many class changes and one really unique feature that I really truly enjoy, actually 2 of them, I can show both of them off right now, actually. Overall, a lot of the content that people were looking forward to is not actually in the game this patch. We need to wait a whole month, or 2 months, before we get to the thing that we want, depending on what the thing that we want actually is. So, first thing I did change to this patch is, when Sprint wears off, we now have Jog. It's amazing. It's basically Peloton for everyone, all the time. It's Beggar's Peloton. And Jog will persist until you enter combat. Actually, yeah, I'll right-click off Sprint. Never mind, it doesn't look like that happens. Alright, don't worry about that. Probably because I right-clicked it off. Anyway, I can also move while casting Mount now. So that means they finally figured out how to do mobile cast bars in the game, which is exciting, because that leaves a lot of the cool things for the future of Black Mage. Or any other class. Speaking of Black Mage, it's simple now. Very, very simple. You can't drop your balls. Not anymore. So it went from being one of the hardest classes in the game to now it's actually kind of simple. You still need to find time to cast. You're still punished for not casting, but you're not punished for not casting Fire 1 at precisely the right time. So it's now really easy. Really, really easy. But that's neither here nor there. Let's get into the actual part of the stream. Let's go ahead and unlock another custom delivery. Purple Rain. This Anticam warrior has his eyes on a particular kind of flower.
Can I ask you for your help? I have no one else to turn to. I searched all over the Azim Steppe for one single flower. Someone told me that it could be sold at Reunion, but I had no such luck here either. Could you search for a flower for me? It shall not be as dangerous task by any means.
I can do that.
No, I should not lie, least of all to a visitor of our land. It will be a job fraught with peril. The only way to obtain this flower I require is by slaying a purple. If you are requiring your help, you should be able to find someone north of here. Please, slay 3 of them and bring me back their flowers.
Sure thing, guy. Jade says I need to update the stream stuff again. Thank you. Thank you. I thought I changed everything, but I didn't. Thank you, Jade. Hi, and welcome to the stream. And you made me a bunny. Excellent. By the way, my costume redeems are now on a cooldown. Sort of. You can pay for additional costume redeems, but that costume will not take effect for 5 minutes. That's right, every costume will be on for at least 5 minutes. And the reason that is because I want you guys to be able to redeem as much as you like, but I feel like the costume redeems in particular, especially after we've had it happen, like, what, 3 times in total in the last couple of years I've been streaming? Yeah, it felt really bad when you paid for a redeem and then it was immediately overwritten by someone else's paying for a redeem. So it's this way now. I hope this is agreeable for everyone involved. Not that my costume ever really changes more than once a stream, under normal circumstances, but here we are. I do think that the redeems are important. I do enjoy the way that you guys choose to interact with the ways I choose to allow you guys to interact with me. It's fun. And I always make more. I just need to find the time. Which, there's time now. Oh, that's fighting an NPC. I'm not helping there.
Are you able to get 3 of the flowers?
Here you go. Pungent flower. A foul-smelling herb. What do you need these for, even?
Oh my, that stench! Why, costly indeed. I suppose I should tell you just why I needed these flowers.
You don't have to.
I belong to Articum, the largest of the Zela tribes. Recent events have led to me being considered as a future Khan. The position brings with it much power and pleasure, but at the same token it gives me rise to bitter and bloody rivalries. My older brother was a candidate before me, but as no less than 8 attempts on his life, he vanished with nary a trace. In his absence, I have risen up to the line of succession, being I am now the market of a man. I did not ask for this. Alas, wishing it would not so, would not stay the daggers in the dark. This is why I sought to have these foul-smelling flowers, to ward off would-be assassins. And thanks to your help, I may enjoy a moment's respite. In the meantime, I will set about finding a permanent solution to my problem. That is, finding my brother, Adkiragh. Unless I do so, there will be no peace for me, save in death.
Funny about that, I know a guy named Adkiragh. And I think I can now unlock that, because I did that by going to Idleshire. Update the dang stream title 3 more times. There we go, now it should work. I was so caught up in my own text and my own intro of like what I had thought to prepare to say that I didn't even read what Stream Element said. And I thank Jade for pointing it out. Once again. Because nobody likes when I have the wrong stream game in there. Nobody. Not a single one. Let's see. I think I need to be a crafter for this. Or a miner. Hey, Jelmona. Jelmona has another favor to ask of a dependable adventurer. Between a rock and the hard place. Hello, if it ain't a dependable adventurer. I've heard about what we've done for Zoe, and I wanted to express my gratitude. When last I spoke with the lass, she couldn't say enough good things about you. Truly, you got a good heart beating in that breast, which is why I'm hoping that you could do another favor. Do you know a fellow named Adkiragh, owner of the hard place? Even if you haven't spoke with him, you're bound to have seen him at the very least, by virtue of his unique attire. Something clearly weighs on his mind of late, and ain't just the peculiar headpiece he wears. Why, even the pinky face seems to look downcast. He could help out, fellow man. I wasn't asking the trouble to him, but he wasn't minded to talk. Might just be because he regards the house as a competitor. Whatever his reasons, he refused to open up to me, but I dare say you might fare better. When you have a spare moment, I think you could seek him out. See if you can coax out whatever it is that's bothering him. Sure thing, lady. I still stand still when I mount out of habit, but I know I can move now.
Well now, you certainly are not typical of our clientele. Were you not here for your famous hospitality? What could you possibly be here for?
Bont is here for you, Master Adkiragh. Doubtless you heard of thrusting and fretting from a mile away, but being a kindly soul that he is come to check on you. Isn't that right, Bont?
Yeah, you know me, Zoe.
Our concern is wholly misguided. Why would the proprietor of a wildly successful establishment, such as mine, have aught to worry about? Look into these eyes and tell me that you see even a fleck of doubt.
Oh, this must be a parchment you were staring at so intently earlier. My, such a fine parchment it is. Much, much finer than anything Zoe has. These numbers in it don't look so fine, though. If I don't know any better, I'd say you're making it...
What? You shouldn't be.
Massive loss. Is this true?
Do you need financial help, guy?
No! Illustrious Adkiragh, entrepreneur extraordinaire, making a loss? The mere suggestion is laughable. Oh, who am I fooling? Of late, adventurers have been flocking into the far east. Idleshires are all but forgotten. Business has dried up, and the hard place is, ironically, in a hard place.
You mustn't give up, Master Adkiragh. Is there any ways Zoe can help? Just say so. For example, I can supply you with flatbread. It might be a little on the stale side, but a little staleness never killed anyone. At least not Zoe.
Girl, please.
But whatever happens, we can't allow the hard place to go out of business, as if it does, what happened to Benfina's arms and all the children she holds in a loving embrace? It must think of the children! Speaking of which, when did I feed them last? Was it yesterday or the day before?
Zoe, we fixed this!
Oh, but such a miniature as mealtime had no consequence next to a threat of closure. You're doing so well with Bont's help, so he can't at least bear the thought of having it all come undone now.
But who could that be?
Please! I need a place to hide! Oh dear, what's going on?
Whatever it is, my illustrious self cannot in good conscience turn away a damsel in distress. Quickly, my fair lady, don this!
Oh, I had that on the whole cutscene, my bad.
I take it you're in charge of this place. Ah, we're searching for an Ishgardian woman, see? Name's by Melody. Have you seen her? I advise you to be truthful, so there'll be repercussions.
We know not of no such woman. And even if we did, we are disinclined to cooperate with brutes who make threats. I advise you not cause trouble in my establishment. Else you will have to answer to me, the illustrious Adkiragh, the battle-hardened miner there.
Point taken. Don't take it personally, eh? We're not doing our jobs. We're done here. Well, what a rude pair. And do you see their hair? Ridiculous, wasn't it?
I don't know, I think pompadours are fine.
Yeah, what was going on? What was it going to say? Oh, right. Why were they after you? First, allow me to thank you. As you may have gathered, I was a maid. I served an Ishgardian nobleman, but he treated me most cruelly. Unable to bear the torment any longer, I chose to flee from his household. I had given a little thought to what would come after. I have made good on my escape, but I cannot well return to Ishgard. You've already done for me a great kindness in harboring me, but you would not take me into your employ? I have nowhere else to turn, and I promise I shall work very hard.
I see. I should be glad to welcome you into the fold, but I would not lie. The business I had seen better days, and you will be boarding an airship that will go down in flames.
Oh, I have a plan. One day I'll change the fortunes of the hard place. Would you like to know what it is? But of course you do. So I'll tell you, right now. We create a new menu. Miss Melody, you're an Ishgardian and a maid. That's to say, an Ishgardian maid. Is Loey right to assume that you're not familiar with your nation's cuisine? With your knowledge, you can help us introduce new dishes. You assume rightly, Mrs. Zoe. I am well acquainted with the Ishgardian cuisine, but I have partaken of high board nor low, and I am pleased to say that I am not without skill in the kitchen. I should be glad to assist in this endeavor. Did you hear that, Bont? We have the knowledge and the skill to prepare new dishes. The only things we're missing now are ingredients, and utensils, and cutlery, and possibly some other trifle that hasn't occurred to us yet. Anyway, we'll be resourceful adventurer like you, Zoe has no doubt that you can supply all these things.
Alright, I guess I'm hired.
If we can make the hard place thrive again, so too will the whole of Idleshire. That's a good thing, like pineapple pudding, or juice, both of which can be purchased for scripts you can earn by contributing to this cause. I still need to ask Mrs. Rowena about it, of course, but I'm sure she'll say yes. We're really, really good friends after all. As a matter of fact, Zoe will go and speak to her right now.
Okay, I'm glad she's fired up about it.
Well, it appears that all has been decided for me. Spontaneity though it was conceived, young Zoe's plan holds promise. Our success rides upon your ability to provide us with what we need. And Zoe has placed her trust in you, and so shall I. I beg you, help us bring the hard place back from the brink. First, you want of a recompense. If the house itself will be supporting this endeavor, you may be assured that your efforts will not go unrewarded. I, for my part, care not for profit. The house is welcome to everything so long as the hard place survives. Without further ado, then, let's get to work. Go forth, my friend, and bring us the Asgardian culinary essentials we require.
And we're paid in... Is it pudding? I was afraid. Okay, stuffed chisel or clam chowder. Or both! We get both! So this is technically a Stormblood custom delivery that I missed. Oh well, we're doing it now. We got time, we got room.
Come, let us be about the business of bringing on the hard place back from the financial brink.
What items do we have available to deliver? We can turn in... Culinary essentials. Cooking tools and ingredients made from which the making of authentic Asgardian cuisine is simply impossible, or so Asgardian culinarians claim. We could bring a fish, the northern oyster. The shell of this bivalve mollusk mimics the jagged rocks found throughout the cold northern seas, making it almost impossible to find by anyone but the most keen-eyed of fishers. Or we can bring spark stones, which I already have, which are from Hell's Lid. This burning aether condensed within this volcanic stone allows it to be used as not only for striking fires, but also maintaining them at constant heat. Oh good, so it's a heat rock. It's like an alchemical heat rock, but natural.
In a frozen land such as Isgard, it is hardly surprising that stews cooked over an open fire are a popular fare. With this, we can kindle a cook fire of intensity ideal for making such dishes. Now then, let me examine the result. By Azim, the quality is transcendent. That manifestation design ideal if I not think it existed. You, my friend, are a miracle worker.
And we're paid! Primarily with experience, but the scripts are nice too.
Thanks to you, we have everything we require. The time has come to put our new menu into the proof. Azim, as my witness, will restore the hard place to its former glory.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, she's wearing that forever now.
You'll be pleased to hear that our Asgardian dishes have proven tremendously popular with the regular patrons. You'll be impressed, in fact, that we go after promising to spread the word. Little by little, we're regaining the customer we once enjoyed.
Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit.
You know you don't have to wear that all the time if you don't want to.
Yeah, they are natural at this, but don't you think it's about time you shed with outfit? Well, there's no guarantee that my pursuers won't return. Besides, I'm quite enjoy dressing like Master Adkiragh.
It should have been me.
Mr. Smapopo, I've been meaning to ask. How have you been working... how long have you been working at the hard place?
How long? Just as long as I've existed. I used to be a treasure hunter, you see. One day I ran afoul of the terrible fiend. They go and make a meal of me at a chief not chancellor nearby. I'll never forget the sight of him standing there, the creature's bloody corpse. So majestic, so dreamy. Anyway, the chief saved me that day. I've been at his side ever since.
Oh my! To think that Master Adkiragh is a skilled warrior as well. Is there nothing he cannot do?
Well, 'twas not for naught that I was favored to become the Khan of the largest tribe in the steppe. Not to my brilliance, that self-proclaimed sun would appear as a pallid candle.
Khan? Largest tribe in the steppe?
Pay me no mind. 'Twas but idle musing, nothing more.
You always do that, Chief. You don't want to talk about something, you shouldn't bring it up in the first place.
Enough of talk. Everyone, return to your duties.
And what are we paid with? Tempura and Jamal Musaka. We got crafting materia, even though we're doing this together. Oh well. Adkiragh is pleased with your efforts and now considers you a friend of the hard place. That's a good title. And yet, there is still much work to be done here if the hard place is not only to survive, but thrive as well. To that end, Adkiragh has a new favor to ask of you.
Vot, I was wondering when you could come by again.
Hi there.
I have a proposal I'd like to run by you as the chief. You see, after Melody came to this, I found I had little more spare time, so I started learning of the alchemy from the goblins. I've gotten as far as being able to make a simple distiller. That gave me an idea. Well, we'll make a house spirit to serve as our patrons.
Our place's very own drop. I do like the sound of that. Yet if we're to reverse our fortunes, we must not shy away from a challenge. Yes, let us undertake this endeavor. Once again, we must rely upon you for help, my friend. Who procure for us the items that we need to make our own spirit.
Sure, a brewing vat, right?
That's the spirit. Pun shamelessly intended.
I like this guy. Alright, list is updated.
Welcome, Bond, welcome. This hall has regained some of its former rigor and liveliness, but no small part into your efforts.
So we can turn in fermented juice. A now alcoholic liquid ready to be distilled into a strong but tasty liquor. We can bring them ruby laver. Though as brilliant red as it is in water, the thin leaves of the seaweed turn pitch black when removed from the sea and dried. Yeah, that kind of tracks. And we also have what I got them, some malleable still material. This flexible material is ideal for use in creating a home brewing facility of one's very own. And I only need 3 this week, but I got 6.
Using a material with superior heat conductivity properties, such as this, we can expect wonderful flavors to develop during the aging process. I can scarcely wait to sample the results.
And we've already read this part. So that's this week.
Many thanks for your many deliveries, my friend. Truly, you are skilled in what you do, and truly, I have a keen eye for skill.
Alright. So that guy's done for this week. And she's here now.
This costume is surprisingly comfortable, but the headpiece does begin to feel a bit heavy after a while. However, does Master Adkiragh manage to wear it all the time?
I don't know, but he is marvelous. What's really nice about getting him set up is if you want to do custom deliveries just for the sake of experience, don't care about rewards or titles or anything like that, he can just go here and get 2 done at the same time, right next to each other. It's kind of like how the Firmament one is, but you can also do this on any server. As opposed to the Firmament ones where you have to be on your home server. Bond is not home. Alright, now then. The other custom deliveries I'm currently doing is in Crystarium. It sure is allergy season. I hate it. I don't know of a single person who truly enjoys their allergies, though, to be perfectly fair. Sorry about the popping. But I did want to blow my nose. I teleported to the wrong place. I'm supposed to go to Yomel. Alright, let's put the chat over to the event tab. Yeah, I can have the event tab up in game. That's fine. I won't see any unusual chat messages in the event tab. I did make my text a little bit bigger because I was having a really hard time reading some things that people were saying in Alliance chat the other night. Speaking of which, meeting people the other night, I did run into a fan while doing my roulettes to level up my side classes, which I was never expecting that. I was caught and recognized, and people like that was really neat. I appreciate that a lot. It's not what I expect at all. so I need to go talk to Kai-Shirr.
How's the cooking supplies coming along?
We turned in this stuff last week, I think? No, I made this all this week.
Ingredients used in our new recipes are fairly cheap, but if we don't go any extra bomb with the utensils and all that, it'll end up being the same as what they serve down in Gate Town. Bloody hells, I'm amazed! You really take it to another level with this!
And we do it again. And again.
Oh, that offers on everything you asked for. We'll make a new and more importantly affordable menu ready in no time. Well, it didn't take long for new dishes to cause a stir among the customers. Unfrigs weren't even kidding about his skills in the kitchen.
Hello again, you two.
We're seeing more customers than bright in the Stilltide, and they're not the only ones coming in for free drinks. Our new food offerings are proving popular in their own right.
It's a step in the right direction. We might even have gained a few regulars. We'll still need more than that to turn things around.
Don't worry, Zia. I'm already a mom ahead of you. I got way over to Thavnair, where I heard they've handed out the flyers and drink vouchers.
Thavnair? You must be cross some dangerous territories to get there. I have to say I'm a little impressed.
It was worth the journey, as we've seen a number of dwarven customers since then. Sadly, most of them have only made the one visit. They're not shy when it comes to ordering food and drink, so the problem must be elsewhere.
In that case, why don't we try asking those two over there? Do we conveniently have some dwarves? We do! Hi, Uriel. Welcome to the stream. More Badooey, I see. I'll tell you about the change I made to the redeem afterwards, because I know it's relevant to you. Actually, no, I have time right now, it seems. Never mind. They're getting right into it.
Good evening, your gentlemen. Sorry for interrupting, but do you mind if we ask you a few questions?
Lally-ho!
Lally-ho. Lally-ho?
Lally-ho. Lally-ho. Now then, you said you had some questions. You gave us free drinks, and the least we can do is hear you out, so ask away.
Well, I've noticed one of the visitors of Thavnair only never come here more than once. Why do you think that could be?
It's no fault to the booze and grub, I can tell you that much. Very tasty indeed, a lot more fairly priced than what you might expect in Edenmore.
I'm glad the food and drink are to your liking. So what's the problem?
I hate to say it, lad, but this place a bit on the dull side. And the dancing is all that well and good. We dwarves can't enjoy our grog without a good old-fashioned sing-song. We got songs for the ale and the mead, songs for the wine, songs for every occasion.
And that's a lie! Lahi is a good form of song, too.
Well, even on occasion they involve some drinking, which is all of them. But as soon as we try any of that in here, everybody looks as like we were just pissed over in the bar. At least we can have some proper singing along with the plinky-blinky rubbish. Then we can swing away with our heart's content.
Huh. I didn't know dwarves were so musically inclined. I think that's all for now, Reds. You've been most helpful.
Yeah, good talking with you guys. Alright, and so we are paid in... Popados! And Popados! Oh boy, starch! I really like the handshake heart. Kai-Shirr is delighted with your efforts, and he now considers you a promoter of the Beehive. Nice! And yet, there is still much work to be done to the Beehive as we continue contributing to Yulmore's economy. To that end, Kai-Shirr has a new favor to ask of you.
And we know what the dwarves become regulars here, but even to make them feel at home, with all the making sure other customers feel like they aren't. I think it's time we offered a wider range of music. And I have just the thing in mind to get those boisterous little buggers.
You're not going to sing, are you? No offense here. I doubt that your brand of high-pitched caterwauling will go down too well.
Oi, watch it! You got you cheeky sod. I know full well that my talents lie. Thank you very much. What I'm saying is that we find a singer perform something simple enough for the dwarves to nod their heads to, and with the Queen Bee's permission, of course. I also need a proper costume. We have plenty of dancers, but the vocalist should be something to make them stand out from the rest of us. Sounds like a plan. But since you're basically tone deaf, you better leave to find a singer to me. I don't know what to do about the costume though, unless... we put Bolt in charge of that. Can we count on you?
Yeah, I can consult my chat for fashion.
You're right. Let's go get to work then.
Well, Jade. Or anybody else, really. What do you feel like would be a good costume for a dancer to wear in an establishment like this? With perhaps a disco ball of some sort hanging up above. If only there was someone who perhaps had a wonderful disco glamour ready to go. Oh, I didn't read that.
Oh yes, we should be able to make a pretty costume out of this lot. Bloody hells, I'm amazed.
And what we got to actually turn in, hold on. We have our honeybee trappings. There are enough sequins, spangly things, and assorted frippery here to allow even the plainest of scullery maids into a dazzling songbird, provided that she can actually sing, that is. Oh boy, frippery! I love that word. We have our Chicani stones. I hate this word. Every region in Norvrant, for some reason, blessed with the astonishing variety of glittering, shimmering, sparkling, and otherwise shiny stones, Ilmig is no exception. It is simply demonstrated by these fine specimens. So we could get shiny rocks. Or we could get Faishorn Clam. This bivalve mollusk is believed to have been granted the pearlescent sheen by the pixies. So of these, the only thing that actually helps make the costume is this. Because we're actually giving them costume bits. These are just shiny things to put on. Whatever, it's fine. And that's our custom deliveries for the week. We can now do 2 every week, which is a good thing to do, because that's how many you can do in a week. And this is the same as it was last time, so I'm just going to blast right through it. Okay. Uriel, the thing that I was going to mention before. You know how you were asking me for a cooldown on the costume redeems? It's kind of there now. Sort of. A little bit. If a second costume redeem is done, it will wait for 5 minutes until the first one has been there for at least 5 minutes. You can still redeem more costume change redeems. More things will happen, but they'll be put into a queue. They're put into a queue now, so that way we won't have issues where someone immediately changes out of the ears. So bare minimum, costume, 5 minutes. Hopefully that is good enough. So, why am I changing this age? Well, actually no. There is something I want to show. There's something I want to show. We're going to go back to an inn room. I want to show something else that changed with this update. So in this update, they gave everybody a free Fantasia, which you're able to get inside of Gridania. If you did not get the one from the Moogle previously, there's now going to be a new one there. Or it's the same one. They just refreshed it. They removed the flag. So, if you got it before this patch, you now get a second free Fantasia. If you did not get the other one before, oh well, you still get the one. That's still a free Fantasia. That's still a good deal. They did some changes to some Mikote faces and Rogadin faces, which, everybody gets one. Easy, easy. In addition to this update, they added a lot of foliage to older cutscene areas. So, I'm going to go look at an old cutscene briefly. I'm going to flip through the text very quickly, but there's a problem. Do you remember when we were talking to the Exarch? This is not where I watch cutscenes. This is where I watch cutscenes. So, let's see. It is a Endwalker main scenario quest. It is from... No, it's a Shadowbringer's quest. And what was the name of the quest? I'm thinking, I'm looking at it. I think it was... I think it started with an A. What is this? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I know I should have access to it. I think it was a brief respite, but I'm looking at this list and I just don't see it. Oh, that's because I'm in post quest line. Alright, yeah. Okay. A beautiful plan. Where is a brief respite? There it is. A breath of respite. There we go. We want cutscene 1. Here we go. Do you remember when we did stuff with the XIV? I want to see how bad this is for Bond. It has a lot to load. Give it time. Let it cook.
The future is where my destiny awaits.
Do you see what the problem is? They added a little bit of foliage, and they forgot where the cutscene took place. So,
Forgive me, I needed some...
Sorry, XIV. Give me a moment.
Too much time, though.
I need to get to the next bit.
When first... And so, I am but...
There it is. Okay, so... The first one, really bad. The second one, not so bad. Still. Good job, Square Enix. I feel... these developers, they're... It's fun. I'm sure it'll get fixed in a hotfix or something. They'll take out one bush. They'll take out one bush and then everything will be fine again. But that's hilarious. I love that kind of nonsense. Alright, what else have I done in the weeks leading up? I've leveled up some more of my jobs. So, Viper and Pictomancer already. I still need to level up Sage and Machinist in order to be able to do the role quest for this expansion. But we're nowhere near there yet. So you know what, let's continue the plot. We're finally here and ready to continue the plot. This week, I'm going to be using the Ruby weapons. I was gifted all these weapons, and I'm going to try and change them every single stream. Alright, so let's get back in. And let's start things up. I went to the wrong place. I always get these two confused. I think I need to talk to the NPC in order to go and talk to the other NPCs. I think I need to go to the door if I want to go and be on my own. But no, you have to talk to nobody to go be social, and you have to talk to somebody to be reclusive. So, weird. Whatever. No matter what you're talking.
Though I have read much on the subject of Radzahan, this visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Hardish mean to contend with this tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So, it's back to Thavnair. Had I known earlier, I would have considered a more suitable attire.
The Thavnair bound. Thangrid is eager to set forth for Thavnair, and will be paid with Aralassi, a blend of yogurt and spices. This refreshing drink is infused with mellow sweetness of the Amra fruit. I see. Oh boy, lassies, they're kind of delicious. You know, if I didn't have terrible sinus problems. I have Kral's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, and so are we.
Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel to the Aetherite. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kyle was of the same mind, has already secured us aid of the good folk in the confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend.
Is there a problem?
Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto which my sanctuary they delivered the owing of their knowledge of our comrade Moonbraider. Moonbraider was an authority on aetherology, a field study that she did embark upon with the pursuit of her parents' example. Both her authorities and their own right, and both are researchers of the confluence.
Haven't you gone to see them yet?
Nay, I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage fled me at the last. As it hath many times, I have thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed to me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is by no choice of yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue.
It's settled then. Let us be off. When we arrive, we'll look for a researcher named Kit. Alright. Easy enough. I wonder if they're a cat. No, that would be too convenient. J-Dads. I had mango lassi before, and it's very good. It's actually one of the two things of the Indian cuisine you like, aside from garlic naan. Everything else you've had is so spicy, and you have a super low spice tolerance. Yeah! And Thavnair is very close to Indian culture, but not quite. It is a fantastical re-representation of Indian culture. So remember, we're not going to India, we're going to Thavnair. Just like we're not going to France, we're going to Ishgard. And we're not going to Japan, we're going to, not Doma, the other one. Kugane. And are you a cat? No! No! Kit is a human! Okay. They're here.
Well now, this is rather a lot of certain faces. Are my library books overdue again?
Not to our knowledge. The associates of Kyle and the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnair, and understand that you can assist us.
Oh, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome!
That doesn't sound good.
Test subjects.
Oh, you hadn't heard. Well, then allow me to explain. So, in order to travel with an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it like a beacon to seek out what is when you're in a mass of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but uncontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, and the people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it! We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement.
Truly. That changes everything.
Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. A user need not attune to these aetherytes, but the aetherytes themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between two points. Well, it just so happens that our first pair of test aetherytes, one which was installed here at Charlene, and the other over in Yidmad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has been long maintained strong ties with the Razahan, and indeed they owe much to the breakthroughs of contributions of the alchemists.
So, to sum it up, we have to test these aetherytes. How fortuitous. For you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem?
Not at all! As a matter of fact, you might say that these aetherites were made for people like you and your good self.
The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating and adrift helplessly in the livestream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. And it's plain that you aren't most people. Master Skrull truly knows how to pick them. Oh boy. Well, if I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Blowweeder not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed in the form itself, as I understand, is not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. What an energetic researcher. In case you were wondering, the Aetheryte still functions like a normal one. It's just been upgraded to allow it unattuned travel. I'll see you there shortly. Okay. Right, I still can't. Right. I should probably get my stance on. Given my expertise in teleportation, I would be lying if I said I didn't have reservations. But I'll trust in Kra. I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck. Though words unsaid yet weigh heavy upon my heart, I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnair. And hey look, jog! Movement speed is increased! It's not quite as fast as sprint. This is, like I said, it's Beggar's Peloton. But now sprint is permanent, as long as we're in cities. How convenient! How convenient! Hi, Syndicate Master! Hi, oh, happy Friday! To sum up what you missed, the cosplay redeems now have a 5-minute, cooldown after activation. They put them all in queue. We unlocked Adkiragh and did Kai-Shirr's custom deliveries. And we also looked at the broken cutscene involving the Exarch. But now we're going to Thavnair.
We're all set.
I did your voice completely wrong. Oh well, I'm still happy with the voice I gave you.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
As she runs away for no discernible reason.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Well... oh boy, we're gonna be sick for the first time in our existence. I mean, we've been poisoned once, we've been knocked out a few times, but I don't think we've ever really been sick. So we're going to Thavnair, not India. map time! I love maps! Isn't it colorful and pretty? I love it!
To city-state Rad's Adkiragh. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Well, it looks like all my bits and bobs made it.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh no.
What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Thanks, cutscene guy, for the vote of confidence. We arrived, and we're alive, but we hate it here. Ah.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
It's fine. The Stydian can get us drinks. We'll be okay.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Yeah? What's that, Thancred?
Don't let a Stydian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh no! Ugh. We can do it. We can save the day. And we can save the Scion's bank account. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach a Stydian in time? We have to go. We have to go. The dog can carry us there. No, dog, no. I was so sick I got off the dog. Come on, no. We have to make it. Aether sickness. Severely nauseated and reducing movement speed. Come on. Ugh.
You're there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with aether sickness.
By the Mansuya travel. Greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amarasi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By the way of warm welcome to Thavnair, I am pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. Not for 1, not for 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price of highway robbery, and you would say as such as Stydian, but you realize the words of warning would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before a Stydian and, using gestures, deny the deal is fair.
I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent?
Kai, please stop. Please stop, now.
Oh, I shouldn't, by lassie. This merchant is swindling me.
Ah! Sincerest apologies, sir. Well, it seems that you have prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie.
The confusion will have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here's a bottle for each of you. Take up the others and get some rest.
Thank you.
I'll be back after I've explored the town.
Oh no, I shouldn't leave you alone. Hi, Jade. Alright, now I can get caught up on stream. Let's see here. So, Syndicate Master told Jade about an Indian restaurant. Jade says, well, light corruption was akin to a sickness. And Syndicate Master is like, well, at least she didn't have you write a thing that had it written in the bomb. And she actually directly told you. And then Teasel's here. Hi, Teasel. Welcome to the stream. Hey, Bolt, streaming on your birthday. Yeah, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. I don't have any cool, fancy things to do for your birthday, unfortunately. I don't have it. Oh, wow. I hit Endwalker. Also, hi, Jade. You joined you guys, but the server and lack of money and no sub. I see. Well, fortunately, the server thing can be changed. Bont is on Adamantoys. However, right now, he's on Excalibur because they have world traveling services that are free. You can go anywhere for free. Sorry. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, you can travel server and data center. No problem. Oh, severe lack of funds, not server lack of funds. My bad.
A teensy-wincy touch, she says. Not even my hardest night's drinking comes close.
So we have special Amber Lassie. Made with not only the finest and freshest ingredients, this Amber Lassie is flavored to boast to settle the unruly stomachs.
Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to the Andestinian, and so to the fine fruits of this land. Ne'er hath teleportation induced such terribly discomfort. 'Twas torturous, and as an entity, I should sooner swim in a score of alms.
And you can't swim, so you just drown rather than suffer that. Fair enough.
You were in time. Excellent. You spared us Tatari's wrath.
Give you the lassie.
Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too.
Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Yeah, good for you.
Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I've bound it. It's the most I could do against the heat and so short of shedding my armor.
May I ask where you got that cord for it?
A local vendor. A man says a Thavnairian weave, tough and not easily unraveled.
And how much did it cost?
9,400 gil, a steal I was told. There's nothing fancy, but always valued function over form.
That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high. That doesn't seem excessive even here. Are all Hannish merchants so unscrupulous? Or I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. You know what? Let's take a stab at him.
On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. Yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit.
Teasel adds, I love very enjoying this dumb style of speech that no one else uses to your knowledge. Yeah, you're correct. Not even in anywhere in Charland does anyone speak in Shakespearean. Come to think of it, only primals even remotely speak Shakespearean, and even then, only in a realm reborn. Which begs the question, is Urianger primal? Probably not. Your Stola would have been able to tell by now.
Claiming Thavnair as its dominion, the nation of Zot long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Adkiragh, a Matonga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Haddish culture has come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development aided only by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Zot, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation.
Neither of which I see at any evident, given that the merchants in the gateway town are free to fleece helpless travellers and tarnish their reputation in the nation at large.
Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap the people have fallen outside of hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs.
Prudent and practical, aye, if not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see more information on what can be gained here in Yeldermad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. And we got our lassies. Jade adds that Urianger is simply himself. And I'm now level 91! I'm sorry, 81! We're getting there. I am using the experience boosting earrings, but I'm sure they don't make a huge difference, and you will outlevel the expansion by the time you get the end of it, if you don't have any.
Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Is it true that's so amusing to see my hair bound? It's how I used to wear it, a fully functional fashion. Perhaps you are confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after Karujans removed it from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helmet again.
Capybara! On low tide will be given gloves. His stomach behaving once more, Thancred is ready to get to work. Right, let's split up and make an inquiries in town. Blount, the pier is yours. Once we have learned all we can, we'll regroup at the Aetherite, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Oh yeah, so you guys give me the seawater while you guys go into town. Yeah, I see how it is. Alright, let's attune. Can't forget this. It's important. So, who do I have to talk to? There's a spot right there. It is unfortunately cloudy today, so we're not getting the good sun, but that's fine. Let's see, crate of fruit. The crate is laden with fruits, but they're on the verge of spoiling, as if they had been left too long. Huh. I did want to look at that other stuff. Why am I standing still when I'm out? It's habit. It's habit. It's habit. Here's the pier. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored in the nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports you've visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity, which is very unusual for a port town. Someone over here. Oh no, if it isn't a traveler! You're a rare sight in these unsettling times. People have been giving it a wide berth since the accursed tower suddenly appeared near. It just stood in there and loomed ominously. Perhaps things would be fine with the fashion, but no. It had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives to thank for our radiant host, but business has been good as dead. What will become of us? Only the gods know. It's a shame not everyone's as brave as you, or foolish. Thanks for the compliment, I guess. Anything else? Did I miss it? Oh, there was one at the other end of that dock.
What am I doing? On account of my sales, I still do this out of daily habit, though. I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I even have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kai-Shirr. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kai-Shirr a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saleswind Sales, a Arbor Guild bringing across from the water from here. If times are tough for me, they must be 1,000 times worse than Kai-Shirr. I can't help but worry for him.
You know, something tells me these people perhaps just didn't do enough saving. Like, if they were, like, the business port in all the years, and they only just had this tower pop up, like, maybe a month ago, and now they're suddenly in really hard times and worried about going out of business? 1 month of bad sales is enough to tank your business? I think there was some misappropriation in the spendings, my friend.
And what do you expect me to do?
The Mousekins aren't coming. We've already had everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but Yo and me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this would happen. The Empire is at war with itself. Their provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Yeah! So this will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget about the Damascus. Surely some ships still will be coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, and the perennial Heinish favorites. Our consortium works closely with the merchants in our to supply only our finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Khazad, I do. Which is why I regret to say that nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Well, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant.
No, I'm not a merchant. That class is not available in this game.
I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry that we're discussing important matters. You'll need something, please talk to one of the others.
Yes, excuse me. My name is Messiah. I'm here to see Kai-Shirr.
Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then.
Teasel adds, I think this was personally your favorite expansion, from writing to music. For me, it's still Shadowbringers. I don't know, this one had weird pacing issues. Like, Shadowbringers took a long time too, but like this, the pacing is so bad.
If foreign vessels won't come to us, why not use our own to deliver wares to them?
It's not so simple, Kai-Shirr. And besides, everyone's in the same boat. Everyone. And I can mount, moving. Generally speaking, the music for all expansions, starting with Stormblood, no, Heavensward. Like, A Realm Reborn, of course, is a black sheep because it was underfunded relative to everything else. But without it, none of the others would have happened. All of the music for all the expansions is incredibly good, and people say it only gets better with every expansion, but I feel like since Shadowbringers, it's kind of been at the same level of quality, in my opinion. And another thing that I have against Endwalker's thing is that they got this marketing, they got this like, what is it called? They got sponsored by some guitars, and I hate the way that guitar sounds. The way they just let it, like, whine and screech, it's like it's crying out, I'm broken! Replace me! But no, the guitarist for the Primals really loves that sound. And I don't get it. So anytime I hear the guitar whining, I just clutch at my ears. I'm like, why? And that only started happening with Endwalker, so I take a point off for Endwalker music because of that.
Huh? Yes, can I help you?
Yeah, do you know what's going on around here?
I remember seeing you back at the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, did you not? I am Matza, a fisherman in Kai, a nearby village. I suddenly catch Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried, and I decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him.
Thank you for the gloves. A fisherman's friend. Matsaya regards you nervously.
If I may ask, what is it that you do?
I'm an adventurer.
An adventurer, you say? And I travel the world helping people. That may be do great dealings with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, and a portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without selling my tongue in a twist. So please, as silly as it may sound, will you not peddle my fish in my stead, and show me how it's done?
I can try. I can't guarantee anything, though.
If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once.
The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations.
You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I am in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in the Eldamar. I will observe you and learn.
Matja is now accompanying you. Keep an eye on him at your side and do all the quest objectives. If you lose track of him, he'll be right here. Okay, so who... It looks like they disappear when I get on a mount. That's a bit of a shame. But they're still with me. That is a change that they did relative to launch, and I will mention that every single time. There was a person on the dock. I just went to the wrong dock. Let me take a sip. Yes? Greetings, friend. How do you fare of late?
Greetings to you too. I suppose it's well enough given the circumstances. Things here have settled down somewhat. I was utter chaos when the tower had first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get out of the sea. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell.
Let's see. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh?
Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I head to the Radiant Host's instructions. Or I heed their instructions, even. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. There are days when you can earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfying that you did good work.
Speaking of fuels, why not have some fresh fish today?
Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Ha! When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish.
Here you go.
Thank you for your custom. A catch of the day is Shallow's cod, a delectable stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt.
You succeed in making a sale! Yeah, that's one!
How many visit here from other shores anymore? Except Thavnair has seen a few merchant ships in its docks, and I felt a loss of coin they bring most keenly.
I should make the sale for my first attempt. I've learned a lot already, and I hope to learn more still.
Oh, I missed this dialogue from talking to him first. Oh, well. One bit of missed dialogue. Jay's just hanging out. From Nashreen? A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Why do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may sound like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming in these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking for the next shipment is arriving, or this or that, and this and that. All of it wears me down. I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity he doesn't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off our troubles for a moment. The conversation ends without a sale. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? Something tells me I wasn't going to sell them any food anyway. In my work at keeping stock of inventory, I can see exactly how bad business has gotten. It makes me depressed. Not a bad result so far. Let's see if we can finish on a higher note. Yeah, it turns out I'm not a very good merchant. I just got lucky the first time. Is this a door? Yes, but I can't go in it. So what about you?
Oh, what's this? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, God, it's my stomach. Oh. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly.
You should take it a little easier. Eat more slowly and savor your food.
Well, I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. I'm working as hard as I can, and while I still can, this better be prepared.
How do you intend to prepare?
By stockpiling supplies. For that, I'll need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, and what have you.
How about some fishery supplies? They're fresh caught. Or no, do we have anything suitable, Matsya?
We do have some dried products too. A Thavnairian cucumber and puffed pie fish. But they're the last of the batch, so if you're interested, you can have them for a discount.
Truly, by all means, I'll take them all.
You succeeded in making a sale! That's two! 2 for 3!
You remembered what I told you earlier, that I preserve what I catch. It serves to show what an importance it is of being attentive.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier.
I know I'm mixing it a little bit Irish there. It's hard for me.
Unlike most, I'm fortunate to still have work. There's no guarantee it'll last. I need to work as much as I can while I still can.
Well, that's a solid attitude to have in these troubling times.
Come on, let us return to the pier. I wish to thank you properly for your kind help.
It's like the longer and longer I try to do that kind of voice, it goes more and more to trying to be a little bit more... It takes me back to home. I feel like that's just natively where my voice tries to lean every time, is going right back to that. I really have to practice a voice if I want it to be consistent.
Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell 2 to 3 people that you approached. Adventurers do indeed have great conversational skills. Watching you at work was very enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you.
Yeah. Good luck.
Still, there's always so much that you can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal in Khazad soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya?
Oh, no, that was from the other guy. My bad.
Khazal! Have you finished your business with the guild?
See you were there too. Forgive me, as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate.
So you can't buy my fish anymore?
I'm sorry, Matza. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods.
But by myself, I can't.
Oh, to help you. I do. As it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters answer my witness.
Khazal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. Thanks again, and please take care on the road.
Will do, guy. Yeah, things are real rough out here, but it looks like nobody practiced any, like, savings. Who knows, maybe the nation just doesn't have a bank? Well, that's a spot. Goodbye, bot.
There you are. Gotten over your aether sickness, have you?
Sorry, Medley, please.
Mayhap, owing to the island's small size, that how it impacted upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eosia.
I see you've been busy. I shall learn a tidbit or two, I trust. Yeah, things are real bad. I see. I also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but I think that would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery of disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use their faith as their hapless souls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Hlafloi. Helping a struggling fisherman, you've only just met a peddler's catch. Yes, I would be something like you. So, House of Divinities. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Stinian.
A Matza fellow you're helping. He's Adkiragh, is he not? Apparently it is exclusively his people are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning his proprietor's aim, it does stand to reason that Adkiragh would be their primary target. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in these lands, and many are devout adherents still.
Then we'd better go after him. Adkiragh lies still west, as I recall. The same direction as Kral's acquaintance, incidentally.
It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village.
Because of course they would capture people who are members of societies, who we cannot call the other word, which is probably offensive somehow. Oh, there's an Aether Current quest. Never mind, we're grabbing that. The main story can wait for just a minute. Aether currents are important. So, stepchild. I hate that. Ogul is looking around in trepidation.
Why are so many Matonga everywhere? Has the town fallen?
Hi there.
Ah, your face is known to me.
You are the warrior who fought for the mole and the Nadam. I am Okul of the Kalyan. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matonga. How did these others walk around without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? These Matonga are not those on the Azim steppe. The Adkiragh here are a civilized tribe. A society, if you would. I'll say the first one. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Matonga, you turn tail and flee, as fast and far as you can. Their tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankana person and the sailors told me about. She is said to have had work and it pays a fair wage, so I'll see what she has for me.
So this person starts an entire quest line. And if I want to do the society quest later on in the expansion, I will have to do this quest line in its entirety. Much like unlocking the Nemezu society quests, unlocking the society quest that this unlocks is a lot. 2 quest lines. Not in 2 separate zones, thankfully, but still 2 entire quest lines must be finished. Which I'm probably going to do. Because I really like the culmination quest that they have for this expansion.
What is that young lady trembling for? By the dust, Mother, no one told me that Kankara was a Matonga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead?
Fine.
Welcome to Yeldimel, traveler. I am Kankaya, and it is my job to assign the night work to the right workers. Might I have your name?
I'm Bont, and this over here is a scared lady.
Bond and Ogul, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matonga? Is your companion quite alright?
She has a fear of elephants.
Ah, an understandable reaction. The Kai-Shirr tribe has done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I pray it falls to a task for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight. Lest you doubt, my skill is likened to that of a Dragonbane, the legendary Chakshazol herself. I'm not familiar with the name. We sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you on the escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials, and ask that I send any prospective patrons to protection their way should I happen to enlist any. What? Already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed at Kajaya's footfalls, and they'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided so rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And, these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matonga in the numbers? It was an Adkiragh who submitted a request. I hope that won't be a problem?
Oh no, not at all. I look forward to fainting at a feat in front of our feared enemy. But I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of warrior Nadam, and have a reward for a task that will be yours.
Something tells me I'm going to do all the work, but okay.
Larsons didn't plan to venture far. Leave the Veldemel to the west, and you should soon come across your employer.
Alright, we'll do.
And that's where we shall meet. You'll find me there, yes?
Hey, Fonz, welcome to the stream. And Medley's gone. Let's bring it back. Hey, Medley, welcome to the stream. Okay, so both my main story... Okay, Stepchild is just over here. That's a posture stretch, and a hydrate, sure thing!
Voltage looked in the oven. He found a strawberry, carrot, and strawberry pie.
Ooh.
Ooh, that sounds real good, actually. You know, I could really go for a strawberry pie. A little bit of carrots are probably just thrown in as filler because you ran out of strawberries in the process of making a pie. I feel like if the carrots were done in a pan first, like had their skin removed and like allow some of their sweetness to be cooked out, I feel like they could add something to it, but like it'd just be drowned out in the strawberries.
Dust Mother, give me courage.
Oh, you must be a belated escort, yes?
Yeah.
How to have such courageous... is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky.
She's fine.
Of course. I should have thought of this before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. And that way I'll have no need for fear for him being harmed. Perfect.
I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the worlds, and I want somebody to roam around and ensure that they were safe from attack. If your friend perhaps frightened by Adkiragh, I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you can patrol the areas I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting.
Ogwell has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. We're doing it. Fawn says, couldn't find rhubarb at the store. Yeah, had to use carrots. And we found her. Oh good, and they're elephants. Okay, she did handle one elephant. Nope, I still only have the one big sword. I'll get more big swords as time goes on, but for now, I need big swords. Let me change where these two buttons are. Okay, that looks better.
Tusks, trunks, bone, crunching feet.
And it looks like he's wounded.
Oh, you must think you're foolish. I'm so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my interests are light and my satchel's full. Thanks to you, I can make it back to town in time to meet with the others.
What happened? Did you slay the beast?
Yeah, but you handled the other ones, so you're fine.
That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second, knowing my target stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught me that I should be feared that we wash over us like water, but to my shame I could not, but failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, Bont, but why did you follow me?
Because you needed help and you were gonna die?
We were to patrol? Forgive me, I should have waited for orders, instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reaches safety.
And this one just stays on the ground. Look how angry their eyes are! Or rather, they're just like red beads. Still angry red beads. Speaking of... 300 west. Yeah, we'll get there. I fell off the road again. It's fine. Wait, this one's down here now? Okay, that's for our main story. No, this is where we go.
Deep breaths that wash over you.
My colleague told me about his rescue. We had hoped for an escort from the start. Imagine if you hadn't come at all. I'd send him and the others back to the workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As your payment, you can collect it from Kankana.
Right. I suppose we report to Kankana then.
We'll go get that turned in real quick before we head off to MSQ. And you're still hiding. I had no such troubles with Doma and Kugane. I assure you, this is different.
Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Thavnair rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts to the teachings of the divine. With death, an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment, half each as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you if so.
No, getting paid an eighth of current is good. I'll be back later.
I had no such troubles.
I know. You're gonna wait for me before you do any more jobs, I guess. So have fun being stuck in a room with an elephant lady. Something occurs to me before I leave. Fruit vendor, gemstone trader. I could have swore there was, like, a Chocobo Keep somewhere here. Oh, it's just outside town. There it is. And we're registered. I never use them, but I like having them. You do not see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Yep, there's the new Wi-Fi tower that everybody's scared of. This elephant in the middle of the road. Sometimes yeah, this is a B rank. This is a B rank mob. Sometimes, when Dawn Trail first launched, I remember there was an A rank in the middle of the road right here. Everybody was level 80, it was level 90, it was aggressive. And if people tried to, like, just blindly follow the map, not looking where they were going, and just head straight through the road, they just perished on that thing. Until eventually we got somewhere in the neighborhood of, like, 140 people just mobbing it. To get it out of the way so that people could progress. But today it's a B rank there, so we're good. You do not see Matsuya from here, either. No! Leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! Matsuya's voice. It came from the north. The other side of the rock. Sad that they put B ranks right next to normal mobs that look exactly like them. I hate when they do that. Bandits? Oh no, Garleans. Alright, this is weird. Okay, so that shouldn't be... Okay, hold on. This shouldn't be here, this should be there. This doesn't need to exist on the bar anymore. What goes here? What button do I have that goes there? I don't know what's supposed to go there. It feels weird that it's empty. I don't know what I'm doing with irritation anymore. Oh well, I'll fix my bar later. You alright, big guy?
Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here?
I see you found him in time. I saved you. You're welcome.
You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you.
You just did with words.
Oh, on my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Thinking about what to do with it, well, everything. And then those men came.
Kidnap us. I heard that the Adkiragh were being targeted. Surely you have, you are well? And you have as well. Perhaps it's best that you took refuge in the city.
We considered it, me and the others. But fishing is all we know.
The ocean is where we live.
I see. It's your decision to make, but you should take care to travel, not to travel alone.
A question, if I may. 'Twas our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. When canst thou tell us more of these beings?
Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. Yeah, everybody gets Wi-Fi now. For that reason, some have taken to calling the Tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death.
To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and fully justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that this is no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, as we learn all that we could about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature?
You've come all this way to save us? Really? I think I'd had you peddling fish. The answer to your question, yes, of course. We'll be gladly to tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I am a terrible storyteller, and I'll ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come with me to our village. We are good gods-fearing folk, all of us, and it will be an honor to share our knowledge. And fish.
What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Adkiragh?
Sure. Wonderful. Just follow the road west down the hill. You can't miss it.
So, 'tis the simulacra of the Thavnairian gods that are being summoned. In any way doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapping Kaddish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them.
Though indeed, saving all of them might mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do well to study the religious traditions. Turkiali. And we go! But first, since I'm here, I popped the compass. Where is it? 250 southwest. Is that the way we're headed? You betcha! I'm glad that they moved the Aether Currents vaguely nearby where the main story is putting you, so it's really hard to miss it. Angry elephants. There it is! Hard to miss. Unless you went around the other side of the mountain. Oh boy, turtles! Good to see those again. Very sleepy music. Welcome to Adkiragh, my friend. My name means White Beach, and there isn't much here save that. But please, make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself and do the same. Anyone can tell you about our gods, but you will do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasvedeya. They'll be free at the moment, as it happens. I'll try to think if there's something useful I can share with you as well. After all, I still owe you for rescuing me on the hill. Talk to you.
Familiar though I am with the myths and legends of the island, to hear them spoken in the airs of the storied heritage giveth me new form.
Sure, I can catch a few fish and take my boat out. I got nowhere to sell them. If I do that, I can preserve them, and all they end up doing is filling my storehouse instead of filling my pockets. Fair enough. A charming little village. Shame about the hideous tower. Welcome to our village, traveler. Is there anything I can help you with? Who are you? I'm a fisher and a good one at that. I reel you with the biggest catch from the open sea, or something small by shore if you prefer. Your choice. Not only if I were skilled with a rudder as I am with a net. Some days I find myself so far from shore that I miss a morning rush to the bazaar. What's this place? This is the fishing village of Adkiragh. You think of it as the fisher's Gilmadahad, which is perhaps not as helpful analogy for foreigners. Of course, if we had a few merchants coming out of either ports as a humble tower appeared, not much to mention in kidnappings. And we have a Stydian. The other Azure Dragoon.
Mark that platform out on the water. Some manner of shrine, perhaps.
Oh, that one? Way down there? To the southwest? Way over there? Way in the corner of the map? Marked by a little dot? Yeah, I wonder if that's used for something. Perhaps a super boss fate of some kind, after doing a series of a fate chain in the other half of the region that we can't do yet. That gives a unique reward, perhaps a costume of some kind. Yeah, I wonder, Stydian. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Huh, what do you like to hear? Pick your ear and listen. In ancient times, the Mansuya and the Adkiragh, deities who looked like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of Mansuya, the Adkiragh cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Mansuya coveted the might of the Mitga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. And thus there were born new gods, possessed of both the might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Mansuya have worn animal faces, and the Adkiragh the limbs of men. We honor the Mansuya and the Adkiragh for incorporating their sacred images into works of both practical and artistic. Try looking out for them, eh? So I'm looking for animal faces on human bodies?
Oh, you wish to know about our gods. A curious visitor you are. Some most want to fish, but in any case I'm happy to oblige. Now you don't know how whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Mansuya being the wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Miga being the might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. We are possessed of great insight and experience, and heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Different though they may be, the Mansuya and the Adkiragh are both equally divine and equally revered.
Okay. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. Yeah. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. How fun! Is it story time with perhaps a paper play? What did you get? Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts the three of our most revered deities.
By all means, we should like to see it.
Picture time! Yay! They look a little bit familiar, don't they? These are Mansuya. You heard about them already, yes? The three sisters. The center one is the eldest, Cinderuva, the goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. Oh yeah, so, can I call her Cindy? No. Her name is Cinderuva. No, do not enable that. No, turn that on. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she of course has many traders among her followers. Oh, Sandaruva. Can I call her Sandy? No. Sandaruva. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Ah, Mindaruva. Can I call her Mindy? No. Why do you stop trying to put a Y at the end of their names? Their names are Mindaruva, Cinderuva, and Sandaruva. Nothing else. Okay. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in their works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune.
In like fashion to the Mansaya, the deities of the Orzia preside us over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Miga, if I may ask?
The Mirga hold power over nature and ages past. They are revered as guardian deities in time of conflict. If you have occasion to visit the temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Garsha's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Adkiragh. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history.
You worship dragons too?
It's said that an ancient ancestor of the satrap and the ruler of Radzat Han holds a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. The divinity has since acted as guardian deity over the satrap. Legends hold true that even the satrap is in need, ever in need, the dragon ally will fly to his aid.
Dragon ally?
Sir, you claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our effort to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out our Kryle's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nadana. According to Kryle's notes, we'll be able to find her a place called the Great Work, further along north to the coast. So, 3 sisters who are good at crafting, huh? The Great Work. Matcha has a shrine in his eyes that wasn't there before. Did you say that you're going to see Nadana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? Ah, I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. The Great Work is situated in a cove to the north. Follow the road up to reach it. Okay, I'll do. Alternatively, I can follow the road, but yeah, we'll follow the road. Very far northeast. Well, if it's northeast, we're not going to be able to get it, because there's going to be a great big giant cliff that we can't jump down. I can demonstrate this much later, if you guys wish. Oh boy, a fate! I'm not doing that. Actually, the fates here give bicolor gemstones. I'll wait till I can fly before I worry about thinking about that. I felt the same way when I was in Labyrinthos. What are these? Oh, they're the dodos with the green bellies. Okay. Or should I call them rails? Oh, everyone's dead! Oh, time for me to go to the Aetheryte. One moment. I'll deal with the everybody being dead problem in just a sec. As Bills follows me. Hi, Bills. Welcome to the stream. Yep, Mills is... You can blow bubbles on a mount? Oh, that's good. Oh, that's real good. Nice. Nice. Everyone's dead.
There was a battle. There was a conspicuous lack of blood. In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people?
What in the world? Is this gonna be a voiced one? Oh, hi there.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
You certainly are unique.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales?
Scales? We have new scales?
What? That was quick. Very driven people.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
So, something to prevent people from getting tempered?
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Hi, we're from Charlan. Do you know Cryle?
Oz! You're the one Cryle sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
Good.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Oh, you're very fast.
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
You're very fast.
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Oh my, they're so powerful.
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Oh, I don't like those grabby hands. Oh, this is like gift material right here. Ugh.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Sure.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Cryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
Okay.
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Alright. Well, I'm sure the satrap has, like, other things that they need their aid for, right? No, they're gonna listen in? Okay, I guess we're interesting. I guess we're a matter of, we're an important part of, the national goings-on here.
Oh, for the days I enjoyed such a fervent adoration. On this occasion, I am glad to be entrusting the burden to our popularity to Estidian.
Oh, I didn't click on Arianje. I missed him.
Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful to you who would assist us with ours.
No, Cryo herself is tied up with another investigation. Bond is is eminently capable substitute. It will spare no effort to aid you. So, if we understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions.
Indeed we do. As you know, this tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near
I'm sorry, I have been interrupted in the middle of my stream. It is taking a moment. They know I stream at this time. They know. They know I stream. But here it is anyway. Anyway.
Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with any other consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection.
Could such a thing be possible?
Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, and we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. One of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales, proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are hardly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property throughout our alchemists. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talismans. Soon we'll be able to be ready to conduct our field test, and here is where you and your blessed light comes in.
Let's see. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. And what exactly does he need me to do? Now I'll say something about the blood drawn. I'd rather not have that.
Perhaps so. And knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as for your task, we only ask that you serve as an escort.
Oh, goodness sake, that would have been terrifying. Fawn said that you heard a lady. Yep. Yep, I live with a person.
I'll explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the Tower of Fields of Influence. And so for your own safety, I would like to first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course.
Alright. In that case, Arianje and I will be finding other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to a point of collapse, I suspect that you could do with more hands.
We'd be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us press on to the blessing to the proof.
If you will exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top, and we'll see to some preparations. Good luck with the tests. I shall remain here to assist with the other alchemists. And I think Estinian is around here somewhere. If I go looking, I'm sure I'll find him. Huh. I could have swore he was around. Oh well. I'm sure he isn't lost forever and has been extracted completely. Yeah, what's going on is apparently our phones are getting upgraded today. And the person wants to, like, they constantly are coming in and out, like, trying to ask me for me to unlock my phone so that they can upgrade my phone and get transferred over to a new phone. I'm like, this couldn't have waited until I was done streaming? Really? You have to do this right now? You see a lantern designed in a local style. Okay. I hope you didn't have any trouble finding the place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to a physical strain. Give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, that drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from its traditions, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will be more than certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, these lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing of protective capabilities. Please begin whenever you are ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. To reduce the risk of accidental exposure, the drunken Deepa will also emit a blast only after it has moved a certain distance. Follow closely and bathe into aether 4 times. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the test subject. Follow the drunken Deepa! Okay, the moving while mounting thing is incredibly good for chase missions like this. I'm sure some people forget that they... Reading Aether, please stand back. Come on. Reading Aether, please stand back. No. Fine. But I'm supposed to get hit by... Oh, I have to talk to it. Please stand... Alright, fine, whatever. Warning, discharging ether. You are struck by powerful blasts of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Instructions. Stand on the thing, but not directly on the thing, but be close to the thing. Come on. So I have to be close enough to get to say the message, then I have to move away, then I have to... Alright, I hate quests like this. Warning. Discharging Aether. Another powerful blast, no ill effects. And same dialogue as before. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. So I have to be on it, I have to make it say I'm too close, then I have to move away, then I have to get close again. Silly. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rating, impressive. No irregularities, confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Warning. Step away. Warning. Firing aether. You are yet struck by the strongest blast of aether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Aether exposure contesting concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your hubris.
Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. Well, come, let me take in the depths of your hands.
Let's see. Drunken Deepa. Having exhausted all of its aether, the Drunken Deepa is now having a well-earned rest.
Thank you. I shall replenish your aether for you when you I will replenish its aether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine?
Yep.
Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that tower will corrupt your aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts.
And shadowed footsteps. Nadana regards you with those eyes that you could drown in.
You are a capable warrior too, are you not?
I can't even see her if I'm this close.
Would you be amenable to assisting you with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of the key ingredient for it. Spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we are considering travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as an escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course.
Sure, paid work? Excellent.
I am in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kai-Shirr's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east to the Great Work.
That away. Okay, let's use the compass again. Anything near here? Very far northeast. Nowhere near here. Got it. Thavnair is very pretty. And yet after this is when they wanted to do the jungle density update, because they wanted even more dense jungles than this.
I may be simply imagining it, but I feel as though we are being followed. Look out, Bont!
That way. Subdue and capture. For the Empire.
Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Like the sisters, I asked you to come with me. You are all right, I hope.
Yeah, they are nothing.
Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just thought through these pillars and up the rise.
Oh yeah, I'll be able to show off the cliff I can't jump off now. But Bolt, the density of the foliage isn't very dense here. I might hear someone say. I'll have a hunt paper for that. But what about down there? I guess it's not that dense now that I look at it, but like... Yeah, we'll get a closer look in a second.
And here we are, Kai-Shirr's footsteps. Kai-Shirr was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy belief is that the spiritweed grows here in abundance. I will see about the harvesting at once, and you will be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers won't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
I like their bone armor. And the long tongue, ooh. Yeah, it's a nice little dancing shrine. Oh, yeah, with dancer stuff. Yeah. It's good. A couple of stuck dance animations. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, I guess that jungle isn't so dense when you look at it from down there now. It looks dense from above, though. Oh boy, another aetheryte. Let's just go and jump and get. No. Even though there's very clearly ground down there and I won't perish, the game just won't let me down there. Oh, we garden. While they garden. This area really is nice.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What could you tell me of the satrap? Of course they toss the satrap.
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasotra.
Arkasotra. Okay.
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasotra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Xur from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
Okay, so it is a monarchy, sort of, but it's a very light-touch monarchy. Got it.
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Where'd that only one line there got dialogue?
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail? Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
So he knows they can stop him, and he knows they're going to win, but he's not going to do anything about it. Because he's lazy. You know what? I think it's actually kind of refreshing to have a very lazy villain like this. I have enough spirit wheat to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? I could walk, but I can also just teleport. Which I think is fine. You make more than enough. Now I can see you with the outfit. Yeah, that's great. That's great. And Jade is wearing, oh, her flower princess. Like, yeah. These are my friends. Thanks for appearing, guys. You guys are great. Bond, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we are a little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but at least accept it as a token of my gratitude. A little bit ago. A boy's errand. Oh, does Nadina know that she is about to send you on another errand? Great. If you excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, there you are back. You are back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mrs. Nadana. Well, it seems that the stores of Yainskull are running low. What? When last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Orange told everyone about his tempering cure. Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I shall be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I cannot in good conscience send you out there alone when kidnappers are at large. Bond knows that I am to press into another task you so soon. Might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In case you are not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, has the applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named the Giant Skull Grounds, isn't very far away. It should take much of your time. May we impose upon you once more? Sure, I can go look at rocks. Thank you. Upon arriving to the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuya. He will furnish you at the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamza, Mistress Nadana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. So, remember when I got a giant skull weapon all the way back in the Realm Reborn? Yeah, the rock comes from here. Despite his tender years, Vashon is thoughtful and dependable. It's easy to see why he was chosen to be a satrap's attendant. Just looking around, making sure I don't miss anything. Is there an Aether Current quest? There is! Alchemist or Dancer? Why not both? Jalabus is concerned about his colleagues.
Do you have a moment of venture? One of the colleagues has gone missing. He says he was going to Kajaya's footsteps to get a bit of excitement, but she hasn't come back. I go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change. I can't very well leave my kin to operate itself. Could you go to her adventure for me?
Yeah, I can do that.
You're too kind. You'll be right Kajaya's footsteps. Get my eye out for her with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by. I was devastated that she missed out on a chance to meet the adventurous aid the suing Balmessian. her black-haired hear Kajai's footsteps. It's time for her to come back.
Remember, Bills, you don't have to stop to use your mount anymore. I know, it's taking me some time too. I'll come back for those later. I have to go and do that. The second I get on that Hamsa, it's going to go off in a random direction. I don't really... Well, it's not random. It's going to go off in a direction of the next main plot thing, which is going to go well past me doing this. So even though the game just sent me up here, and it could have given me 2 quests to come up here at the same time, it decided not to respect my time and make this quest available after I did the other one. I think. Was it available beforehand? Am I just complaining for the sake of complaining? I think I might be. Ultimately, I forgot. I forgot to look, and I forgot to check, and I forgot to pick it up. So it's on me. I did not respect my own time. And I worried about it a lot with Endwalker. Hi there. It's time to go home.
Huh? What do you mean I need to go back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I really should go. But I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me a moment?
Fine.
Thank you. I'll just make the wall, so could you be sure the stage is in order?
Yep, it's a nice pillar. Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. Oh, the other's there. Oh, it's the banner. The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. What am I looking for? Something on the stage. There we go. There we go. Looks like fan dances. There's a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. So it just needs a little bit of maintenance.
Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them next time I come back. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that we never met you until now. You wouldn't have been an adventurer sent by a student of Aldessian, would you?
Yeah, I was.
You are? And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've never admired travel. I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Navasas at one time. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for her performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble for those already have.
I could also become a dancer if I really wanted to. But I don't want to. I have gun. I asked chat which range DPS I should get, and it was decided. Gun.
Oh, there you are. Ed, you helped the colleague with the stage inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to her kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury, and now she is working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She's so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token and our thanks.
Yeah. Slightly closer to being able to fly. How are we looking? Well, we're better than we are in Labyrinthos. Yep, here's the Hanyas.
You are Hamsa. But if the creature looks familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eosian dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here.
Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where many of my errands take me to your new destination. It's but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make our way to the outpost. We set forth at your word. Are you ready? Let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead of yours to follow. Mount the Hamsa and travel the outpost? Sure! This is ridiculous! Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned. They have a wobbling gait. Very wobbly. But it's fine. Like every other mount in the game, they can also fly, but not these two. A spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Adkiragh. I couldn't say it in time. The words legend holds was wielded by a Mansuya against the Mitiga before it was cast down at conflict's end. It was a word which means sword. I see. Adkiragh means sword. Got it. To the left is requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Okay. Very conveniently shaped island for it. Almost there. The main part of the hatchway is up onto the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. I see. I saw the chat message, but I'm waiting for all the dialogue to be done because if I look away, I'm going to miss it. I'm on rails right now. Well, don't... Hamsa. You know what I mean. Oh, there was no more dialogue. Well then. Fine, game. Fine. And here we are. Manned by the Radiant Host, the house outpost is the first line of defense against the tower. Yep, it's pretty big. I like the sun here. Really clear skies. Oh well, who should it be but your young Vadan? On an errand for the satrap. I am. His Excellency bade me to come over here to collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women in the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty. We are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we may have enjoyed relative peace or calm in these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how that fellow is faring. Like yours before him, he was on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still, I worry for you. This guy still has a somewhat unfortunate face, but he used to have the most unfortunate-looking face in the game. It's a little bit better now, but his face is slightly more fortunate after the update. Now I can read Syndicate Masters up that thing. Maybe picking up only a few jobs is a good thing. I've been leveling jobs since finishing 7.0, and I still have 4 jobs below 100. One is even just over 50. Ugh. It is something to do, but I do agree that there are perhaps a few too many jobs in the game. Which is not to say I don't want any more, because more gameplay is always fun and appreciated, as long as the classes all have a relatively unique identity. I see a bug on my ceiling! One moment. Sorry about that. It's dead now. But my god, that was a really big spider. Really, really big. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. It was on the ceiling, so I needed to get a broom, and then I needed to get something to stick on the broom to make it wide enough to actually kill the thing. So, yeah. Okay. I'm fine.
It'd be overcome with sadness if something would happen to you, as you're a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear?
I will, madame. Thank you.
And who might this be? No Harnish by the look of them.
Permit me to introduce Bont McGammer, of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman.
From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me what the situation's like.
May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe.
An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of your threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. You're well to have glad tidings of any you can share. You two, bring Vashon a layer's report, and answer the question he may have.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. So, let's take a look at this armor. The Radiant Host armor has a tail kind of attachment to it. So that way non-aura can also kind of fit in with aura. And it looks like it's lots and lots of dragon scales, which is a test to the bond that they have with the dragon, so they're under the dragon's protection. So there's good symbolism in that. It has this like weird face guard thing kind of going on though. So like I don't like the hat, but the rest of the armor's good. And of course, the armor is available to be gained by players, because the first tombstone armor is usually whatever the city guard wear. So that's fun, and that's good.
Ah, last I heard of you. A visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Tolafloi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This I don't understand.
Well, you see, they're just nihilistic.
What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Those damn fools! If we want to go to hell, they can bloody well arrange their own passage and leave the rest of us out of it. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace and land, and by patrolling the streets or dealing with high-profile unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors into our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends at the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down once to occasions that they come out of the force, we had to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in the Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters?
Yeah. Known as primals.
It's so much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect a call for outside aid unless they be answered. My thanks not only for the information, but the accompanying Vashon besides. While he is wise beyond his years, he's still a child, and we could bear to see him come to harm.
Hmm.
You would know about the tower? To be honest, we have little and less about ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared while it was on the Isle of Nandrona. It was safe from its influence in the distance, but it too has gone far into the water, and you'll be exposed yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are you dealing with the tower in your homelands?
Not very well, actually.
Our struggles are not unique. Our hopes lie with your talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. When the tower first appeared, we sent scouts as boats to investigate, but it quickly became apparent that something was amiss.
One after another, our comrades were corrupted. We could only look on as horror as they slew each other.
Well, we told as much as we could, Varshan.
Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I like it as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation or trading hub both, Ratzahan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming in. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone has been grateful for your accounts. But come, you had best see out your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need only but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again.
The last monster that came through the tower laid waste to a hatchery, slaughtering many good Hamsa. The poor creatures didn't deserve it. Though the Hamsa appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at Hamsa Hatchery to mount it again. Oh, I have control of this one! Oh, it's good. I like when they give you a little mount to ride. I'm thinking about the bug that was on the ceiling. I can't stop thinking about it now. It makes me wonder what's going on. Perhaps with my upstairs neighbor. Why I keep on getting bugs like this in the summer. Or like the early spring. Like, it's not a common problem in my building. Like, it's not like I'm seeing one every day or whatever. It's like... Where am I going? There, okay. No sooner as you arrive at your destination, the Hamsa dashes off. Yeah, that's fine.
Aye, this is indeed the Side Skull grounds, and I am Zanuya. Is there something you require?
Oh yeah, the alchemists need more rocks.
Side Skull for the alchemist, you say? Well, of course, I shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower. It is the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need.
Tipping the scale. Zanuya has struck a giant skull deal as a sack of giant skull for you.
Here you are, a sack of pure giant skull. We always get some aside for set some aside for our alchemist friends.
It's a bag of rocks.
I deliver. Let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Payment? You needn't worry. The Satrap will see us compensated. If he did not, we wouldn't hesitate to provide what we can. We're in this fight together, after all.
Yeah. What camaraderie you have. 69 northeast. Aha. Yeah, the game only briefly sets you here. And this is a little bit out of the way. So I can understand how someone might miss this Aether Current. But I'm pretty good about making sure I use my compass every here and there. So we'll go to the Great Work, because that's where we gotta go. Hello again. South. Doesn't look like any of the other signs are done yet.
Ah, welcome back, Bont. Dare I hope that you have the giant skull?
Sack of giant skull. A hemmed sack filled to the brim with chunks of the purest giant skull. They called it an ore, but I still say it's a rock.
Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you for bringing such as these. We now have everything we need to make our purest and next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests.
When it is ready, I will be able to. I'll be time to a tool chest. So please take your ease while you can. Every time I pass somebody in a cutscene, I'm afraid I'm going to get shanked. It happened to Aymeric once. It could happen to me.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Are you guys done?
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
You're lads. Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it can't. Yeah, you're right. Gotta be on guard. Extra protection right over the kidneys.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavnair, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
Did you have to word it that way, Thancred?
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
Hear, hear.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Alright, we're gonna get Fandy Danny. Come on. He was clearly listening. Where are you at?
What is it? What did you see?
I swear it was Fandy Danny.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last.
Well, someone getting a promotion today.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Alright, that's actually a good plan. They're sending out themselves instead of sending out someone like, say, Estinian, who might actually be a challenge. No, they're gonna send me against an alchemist. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. You seem like a nice lady, after all.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Alright.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
What was that about going alone? Well, people are getting kidnapped. You sure you don't want to travel together? No? Okay, fine. Alright, so north. Got it. Which is the place that we were just at, but now that we're going back there again, after going forward and back and forward. Like, you know, that's just this game. That's just this game. In regards to the amount of jobs that you're leveling per expansion, every time you get a new expansion, there's going to be 2 new jobs added, and all your jobs are going to need to go up another 10 levels, and the 2 new jobs are going to need to go up 20 levels. That's just the formula, and that's how it's been. Which has been fine for previous expansions, but as we get to the number of classes that we're at, like, how many are we at now? 4, 8, plus 6, that's 14, plus 3... So that's 17, and then we have 4 real classes. I'm bad at math. I lost count. 21? 21. So we're at 22 jobs right now if we include Blue Mage. And we're still getting Beastmaster sometime during this expansion. Not yet. It's not in this patch. So I guess it's coming really late. Like, we're still getting Beastmaster. It was announced, so that means they can't go back on their word, right? So if we have those 2 be half a job, then yeah, we have 22 jobs now. That's a lot of levels! Which, like, I'm all for it. Like, it gives me a way to, like, I level some of them with Fates, I level some of them with the Trust, I level some of them using Roulettes, I level some of them off of Exploration XP and doing jumping puzzle nonsense, I level some of them off of, like... I don't know, there's all sorts of different ways to level. But... ugh. And that's only the combat classes. Then there's these guys! It's the same number of classes that get the same amount of quests, that get the same amount of attention every expansion. And they're worth it, but like... dang. It's a lot of work. The Satrap has guided you to... granted you the use of this boat. May it serve you well. This is rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only one that we have a hope that we have of toppling this tower. For all of our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let us be off! Head to the Tower of Zot with Nadana. I'm a little bit further on the boat, so I'll be exposed to it first.
Soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
I think that's a really bad idea, but okay. You're letting your research excitement get ahead of you. I'm a really good fighter, but I'm a really bad bodyguard.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
This is such a bad idea.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Excellent. Can we get back to the boat? Please hurry.
What?
Nope. Ah. I am such a bad bodyguard. Wow, this place is awful. Where did she go? It's just like it was with all the others.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Yeah, I'm not very good at bodyguarding, sorry. And the wall rejected the scale. Great. Yeah.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old? What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Vandaniel, the sundered Ascian.
Yeah. No, I don't think I've heard that one.
Inherited the position and the soul of the Vandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Vandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allagan ruin or two. Yes?
Hey, Strange Mason. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're looking at this punchable face guy and listening to a story.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Oh good, time for the echo to activate.
At your service.
Amon? I thought it was Amon.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Mm-hmm. We know this part of the story.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, The seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
So the one we fought in Crystal Tower was just a clone.
See what lies ahead.
Well, given that he was good at doing that kind of thing, it kind of tracks. This is not like completely just like a pull straight from the rear.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Yeah, but it's about passing the torch with grace. Everybody gets a turn and all that. Well...
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
Oh, I thought you did leave. That would have been preferable.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals.
Yeah.
If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
Yeah, right, I almost forgot about him. Sorry, lady. So, how many people have I successfully protected as a bodyguard? Like, maybe, like, out of every time that I do it, I think maybe I've only protected 1 out of 4 people that I'm said to be a bodyguard for. I'm really bad at it. Like, really, really, really bad at it. J-Dads, I like that Emic basically called him a freaking idiot, more or less. Yeah. Oh, she returned, but... was Mrs. Nidana? She's been grabbed by the tower. I told her not to touch that door. But Zuya preserve, as well as you succeeded in making a talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. I told her not to touch the door. I told her I wasn't very good at being a bodyguard. Oh, well, I guess these alchemists are going to need some more time, too. Something has gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? She got kidnapped by the tower. So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily, lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. The satrap of Razahan. Thancred is wearing a grim expression. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Yeah, probably. If you hear more noise, I had to turn the fan up. It's getting hot. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, is she still alive, yes? Yeah, that's true. Then we'll just make warding scales. As many as we can.
The prototype works perfectly. Now Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales. Then she and all the others that we taken might be saved.
Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help us win this fight.
Actually, how much louder is that? Not that much louder, actually, huh? My friends, the satrap has made me aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require.
I skipped the text.
To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he may personally discuss the production of warding scales with you. And for our Eosian visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Miss Nidana noted your vital contribution to the talisman's creation. This fact came as the satrap's attention, and in recognition for your deeds, he wishes to meet you.
Okay, neat.
In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so it is agreeable with not accompanied to Ratzahan for an audience with His Excellency?
Sure. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all.
Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you to the city.
I don't think the music for Ratzahan is going to be good yet. We'll see when we get there. Yeah, it's a fair ways away. How are we doing on Aether Currents? 2 regional ones, that's probably the most we can get. 2 quest ones, that's probably the most we can get. That quest down there continues to unlock the chain for society. Yeah, I think I got everything I can right now. Like, don't get me wrong, I really like Radzahan. I really like Charlayan. I think they're cool areas with cool things. But I do feel like the story is moving exceptionally slowly. I'm not really sure what they could have done to speed it up. Maybe they would have just, like, taken me for my word and not had that quest about testing it. We did have to save the fisherman in order to be able to learn more about the sisters. Like, that was fun. But I guess in order to build up a rapport and even, like, get acquainted with them, we had to sell the fish, so that's good. And we did have to take the Aether Slingshot to get sent here, and then we got sick because of it, which explains why we don't do it all the time, so that's fine. Yeah, so far, I don't see any way that they really could have made this leg shorter. Like, they're giving us so much information and so much, like, stuff, but it's relevant information. But at the same time, I still feel like some of it could have been, like, left to side NPCs or books or whatever. I like this game, genuinely. But I feel like the pacing when you get to this expansion and beyond is a bit slow. But then again, most people when they go through this game, they just skip all the dialogue. They don't care. If they don't hear a voice, they skip the cutscene, which is sad. Which is sad, but like... they really just want to get to the fight, and they want to play an MMO. They don't want to read a book. I like reading a book. Of the satrap, I know only her common tidbits. All the position of hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given his esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume that he's good at his job, which could do worse for an ally. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share the desire to deliver their captives. Thus, united, I pray that we may join in a common cause with the satrap. When last I visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat.
My apologies, but given that the city is currently in a state of alert, I cannot let you proceed past this point. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Okay, in we go. Oop, that's a posture stretch and hydrate, probably. Yep, there it is.
Voltage looked in the oven.
A
He
vast
found
rock
strawberries
squats upon Thavnair,
and chicken.
and to its stony surface clings the city of Adkiragh.
We made the same pie, but with chicken.
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Welcome to washed out Radzat. And now the current vibrancy, which is empty.
No such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
We can fix it one day. Probably.
Here we are. Megaduta.
Megaduta. Got it.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Oh, I could have swore we were allowed to walk the city. I guess not yet. Soon, but not yet.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzat. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Yeah, it ain't nothing. But Nadana, she was taken. I'm very bad at my job.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nadana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Okay.
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
You know that's whatever. Like I say words wrong all the time. You're allowed to say words wrong too, Astidian.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Oh good, a real Wizard of Oz situation. Except it's probably in reverse.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Khan had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Khan.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
Yeah.
A charade. Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within a semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Khan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
Oh, that's really fun. Oh, does that mean that Vreach's class is Puppet Master? Yeah!
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with wards fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warmblood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Adan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a sure path before me.
Yeah, it does involve me.
Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Yeah, we're pretty mighty.
That strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's a worthwhile trade. We'll fight one primal, so we can give other people the ability to fight primals. Good.
And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
You know, it's a real shame that we got access to all these skills only after we worked with the societies to stop them from summoning them in the first place. But you know what? We'll take what we can get.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
I'd be out of a job.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz Adan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
Good.
I am in thy debt.
Yeah, this is the future of working alongside dragons that Estinian really wants. So that's good.
If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. That we should encounter one of the first brood in such a circumstance.
That meeting took a rather unexpected turn. We have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for a foray into the Tower of Zot.
Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune the Aether right here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violet nausea.
Okay, so, unfortunately, the game does not give you a way to get back to Sharlayan for free. Use an Aether slingshot to get here for free, but for you to get back to Sharlayan, there is no slingshot back. You have to return, or you have to teleport. So that is a theoretical sticking point. If you somehow manage to run out of gil while you're on this half of the world, and like someone like gets rid of all your equipment so you can't sell it, they make it so you can't like really like rely for thing, and you don't want to ask somebody else for aid, you have to like do fates here in order to get the gil to be able to get back to the other half of the world, or maybe do a roulette or something. Ah, what a terrible fate. I hope the such of that thing never happens to me. But I do remember things like that happening in other MMOs. And I hope that Square Enix will one day realize this folly and add a way for you to get back cheaply or free. You know, just in case. Fortunately for me, I registered a free Aetherite teleport in Sharlayan because I use the security token. So, that's how I get back for free. Imagine soft-locking yourself back there. Okay! Everybody's here. Hi, Bills. Hi, Jade. You're on the town, huh? Great! More bubbles! What a game. I could have used the Aethernet, but that's literally like 5 feet away. I don't mind walking. I should have popped sprint, but whatever. In we go.
Vitra and his alchemists have prepared for us the foray into the tower, that we may accomplish within its twisted halls remains to be seen. The Adkiragh, languished in the Loveloy chains, doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavnair who will be summoned to thwart us. The conflict between Nidhogg and I is a pain in the past, and though we were brothers, we have no bearing on our view of Vitra. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to the endeavor if he bore our kind at he will.
Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnair, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Let's not take care to catch your death, eh? We need you for battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let's take our work over the developments and discoveries. And we talked to Cryle for this. Returned by way of Kit's experimental Aetherite, yet I must say, it was far less taxing than our first attempt. As apparently, we need only ask if we wish to use it again. Now, I'm not terribly eager to repeat the experience, but if you're willing to test the Aetherial fortitude for the sake of technological advancement, then who am I to stop you? In the dark of the tower, Cryle glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings of our respective locales? Sure. The Hrothgar getting things done music.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
According to Orenvold and Fudola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Jostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Archosaurus by a considerable margin.
You sure Alphino is in the right group, or what of Alize? She knows a healing spell or two. I'm pretty sure if you're playing a healing class during this cutscene, you also have the option to say, like, why aren't I going in the healing group? So, like, your choice as a healer is reflected here. I'm just not a healer right now. Are you sure about Alphino is in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Alright, we'll hit it hard. Let's go, team. Okay, so we go back to the hatchery. I could just teleport to their great work, but I, of course, as ever, am conscious of the amount of gil that I spend. Speaking of spending gil, you'll note that I have a lot less. That's because I did have Bont bid on a house. While I was doing my roulettes, I was constantly told, "To the mist with you." I took that to heart, so I went to the mist and I bid on one of the houses that were available there. Apparently, Adamantoise had many available houses open. So, wish me luck. Next time I stream, I might have a house.
Really? You're ready for another round of aetherite testing? Then please, by all means, let's get you whisked away to Thavnair before you come to your senses.
Alright, let's see if I'm talking out my rear. Is there a way for you to go back to Sharlayan from here? The fact that Thancred said that there probably was makes me, like, looking around being like, where? Where? What thing did you use to get whisked away? How did you get shot back to Sharlayan, Thancred? No, I don't see one. Yeah, I think he might be just talking out his rear. Anyway. Once you're in the same region as another Aetheryte, then teleporting is only 100 gil. But if you're teleporting from across
into the oven. It's pitch black inside.
Oh.
Oh no! What happened here?
The light went out again, or we had another bomb in there. Needs a good cleaning. A bit of a scrub. Alright. Realistically, the odds on the oven, Uriel. Realistically, you're only gonna get something delicious 5 out of 13 times. The other 8 times, you're either gonna get something inedible or something that's kinda... like, the odds are not in your favor for getting something good. That said, I have had some discussions recently with people. What other things do you think I should possibly put into the oven? It doesn't necessarily have to even be things that should be from the oven. Like, I've been thinking about putting coffee in there. Look, you're just you're just happy it's not a bloody yellow casserole. The yellow casserole is a staple, though, and it is delicious. It just doesn't look good. It is a staple at my household. I do have it somewhat frequently. Like, simple chicken and yellow casserole are probably the things I have most from the things I actually have in the oven. Bag of money? Absolutely not. Never. Not in any of my lives. Ah, a friend of yours here. We were expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding skills will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand at the boat and we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. It is our job to trust you and yours to lead the missions, and you must be a formidable warriors indeed. Then we are to count you as allies. I think someone might be saying something.
The oven. It's a voltage. He is screaming. Special sauce all over my face. It has pickles for eyes.
Oh good, the cursed burger short version. Well, yep. It looks like my allies were sent away to the boat, ready for me. We have one more cutscene. One moment, guys. Yeah, I can't even see it through all this fog now. But we've seen the tower plenty enough that we don't need another shot at the tower. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye. Not wanting, however, empathetic, who could have prepared me for that. No warning, even. On account of that we're a little late, but fighting fit. Mostly. My friends, permit me thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, what should we call you? We should call you Varshan, I suppose? Indeed. It would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well, then. For our part, we'll be humbled that you see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessing. Oh, thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those blessing of the light can go. Not only for this operation either, but for all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. Let's see, I've been waiting for this day, or I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know, or in that case, they're all yours from now on. I'll say the last. Ah, but I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let's review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Bont and his band will break through the tower's defenses to locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will lend our prisoners. We'll doubtless reward one for healing due to the rest of repeated summonings.
The primals within the tower bringeth forth the shall deities of Thavnairian myth. We have no prior experience with such foes. Pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them.
We commence the operation at your words, my friend. Over the people of Thavnair, nay, the entire world, we must prevail.
That's imposing. The Tower of Zot, now accessible.
Euro says, what on earth was that? That's a first review. Yeah, that's the Curse Burger. The short version, not the long version. And Mills adds, I'm sorry, not sorry for my glamour. I saw it on another cat and I was like, I can do that for fun. What are you doing? Oh, I see. Yep, that's... I think I saw that person. They were slightly to the left, except they were wearing hot pink, weren't they? Meanwhile, Jade is a very refined lady, and Horace is in battle gear. It looks like we're ready. Just for a moment, though, let's take a look at the Trust. If I were to do this with the Trust, it looks like I don't have this with the Trust. It's duty support, isn't it? Yeah, Trust and duty support are very different. Yeah, Astinian's here. Astinian's here and ready for it. So the swap out person is... Huh, that's different. Oh, Astinian and Alizé both wanting to use a limit break immediately. Oh, they would fight. They would fight and they would hate each other. Oh, that's not a good one. Alright, so Tower of Zot. Normally I read these, but mostly I find that they just summarize the plot up until that point, in case you forget what you were doing when you went into that dungeon. So I'm not sure if I'm going to read that. Euro adds, oven bags of money. You'll have plenty of bags of money just as soon as the whole influence thing pays off. Just you would no. I'm not that kind of influencer. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not pushing you guys like, oh, yeah, you can absolutely donate. Like, I have a PayPal. Like, no, I don't have all that. I barely let you guys spend any bits on anything. And, like, I have a throne, but I don't push it. I think the things in there are kind of pricey right now. Like, it's really nice that you guys got me those cool things, but, like... I can get stuff for myself, too, you know? And these are hard times. I'm just here to try and make your hard times better times. Welcome to the Tower of Zot! The music is a little bit familiar, as are some of the enemies inside of it. And the NPC healer party is ahead of us. I'll put on the cover. And I have things here. A foul place, this. Let's proceed with caution. Stance is on. Okay, got it. I'm not on the right tab. There we go. They seek to bar our path. Let's open it. Oh gods, poor Nadana. We'll free you from this place, I promise. Okay, and we take it all the way to the wall, and we use a good cooldown. I am not level 92 yet, so I don't have my really good cooldown. Right, I don't have that yet. I see, alright, I think I know what button I'm missing. I could stun that, but I won't. Yeah, I don't know what button's supposed to be there. I have a very particular way I set up my bar, and like it's weird to me that that's not there. Like maybe I don't have that spell yet.
I sense a great surge of aether, as if a summoning hath begun.
And there they are!
Look, there's beastly mass. It's a Bansuya come to life.
I'll focus on sustaining the Adkiragh.
Thus you must keep going. Onwards and upwards.
I didn't really have an opportunity to point it out, but Cryle is using old White Mage spells. Namely, she is using Arrow 3. A spell I really miss using every single day. Please, Square Enix, let me have my Area Dot as a White Mage again. You gave Area Dot to Sage. Let me have Area Dot as a White Mage, come on. Let's use this one. I'm getting ready to stun this. None of that. Never mind, there was Holy. Right, I forgot. I can't stun that if Holy exists. Not your fault, that's my bad. I forgot we had a White Mage. Oh yeah, they buffed Paladin a little bit in this patch too. They made some of my potencies higher. Namely on, like, my filler AoE. It's like my sword hits a little bit harder when I spin. It's the M1. Mindervu.
Begone from our tower.
Blizzard. Fire. Okay, so Blizzard's the scatter kind of thing. Fire's a donut. Thunder. Thunder's a marching laser kind of deal. Okay, and Bio is a get behind. Yeah, they certainly are a sister and a magus.
Behold our ingenious magics.
So Fire's going that way. I think Fire is the donut. No, that was Thunder. I didn't remember what it did. Oh, well, better safe than sorry. Probably gotta go recenter over there in a bit.
Dance! Dance until death claims you!
I didn't see what was going that way. Blizzard going that way. I'm probably gonna have to move towards that then. Yep. This looks like a lot of area damage to me. But it's done weirdly because they just like turn and fire a dot at everybody. Yeah. I have to pay attention. Thunder going that way, so that's the marching lasers. Fire going that way, so that's the donut. And the blizzard. But it's a marching laser going through the donut. So it, yeah. The marching laser got a couple of us. We're fine. We'll get better. Actually, I'm gonna eat a pizza. Okay. Maybe I'll level up from this boss.
So you have chosen defiance.
And she's gone. Okay, so now we get monstrous gear. Mansuya Ring and Mansuya Sabatons of Ailing. I think the monstrous stuff is what the weapons are called. The weapons from here are real neat looking. Armor, not so much. Oh good, the door is teeth! And there's also a door, so I can't pull more than one pack of mobs. Yeah, let's use my shield some more. Yeah, there's a couple of elephant people in the walls. Don't enjoy that so much. Sprint is back up. Zot hyper-tuned? Oh yeah, it's like that boss from the one dungeon. Yeah, hyper-tuning. Yeah, that's a thing. We are fighting Garleans, after all. Get plenty of healing from this. Maybe the next boss will level me up. I would like to be able to have my 92 ability inside this dungeon. I'm dying very much. And I don't think it's that. I remember this dungeon just hitting really hard all the time. It was a little bit of a wake-up call, especially for sages. Alright, let's use these two. I don't use arm's length and reprisal as much as I should, probably. I keep wanting to spam the sword button. I don't have that yet. Let's see, of the classes we have here, I think Magadus found a shotgun at the entrance of the dungeon. That's the way I'm explaining it. Like, they just throw like, oh, this is very nice. Monks learned how to get guaranteed crits on their AoE with this level by kicking instead of stomping the ground. And White Mage has better damage spells. The tower must be protected. You will not let it fall. This sister fights with a stick, much like a dragoon fights with a spear. You will not steal away our prosperity. Let's get away from all these balls. Because there is some explosive force. Ooh! Very narrow space. I almost got hit. Fuck me a city. She dances on the pole. Mansuya, stop! I'll be stopped in 13 seconds. So now you can't dodge because she stopped you. Because, you know, status magic. That's a thing that exists in other Final Fantasy games. And when you fight a mage who's using spells from other Final Fantasy games... Come on! I wanted to be stopped in a cooler pose to that, but here we are. We hear it. We heed it. They call to defend the tower. All my friends are... This one had debuffs. And I was also standing perfectly still. Meanwhile, the others are doing cool emotes. I can hit you from outside your melee range with that. Honestly, your tank buster doesn't hit that hard. And now she's looping. Illusion spells and stop spells. Weird pose. With my sword midair. Confusion again. Honestly, as far as confused spells go, this is one of the weaker ones. Alright, which one has a dot? That one. Really glad that the healer dot stays on. And that's why it's important. Don't even have to look at it, I just find which one has a dot. It'll probably be dead before this matters. How much does it hit if I don't mitigate it? Ah! If I alone cannot expel you. That did it! And that upgraded Holy Sheltron! You know that ability that I used to block all the attacks? It's better now. Most every tank, except for Dark Knight, upgrades their basic tank buster at this level. And it feels real good. So oddly, as a paladin, I had less mitigation than most other tanks. Or less self-healing. So with this, I now apply hot on myself. And that's amazing! So now I get healing from Holy Circle. Now I get healing from Holy Sheltron. Now I get healing, like, it's good. Like, it's not like constant, like, the more enemies you hit kind of healing. It's just good, passive, heal over time healing. It's not going to make my health bar fill up immediately like a certain Dark Knight or Warrior abilities would. But I really appreciate the consistency of Holy Sheltron. Especially when I'm doing things like a trial, where I'm only hitting one enemy. I love being able to put a hot on myself. And I believe my other ability, the one that throws the shield on my co-tank, also upgraded at this level. It feels real good. Joker of aiming, and Monstrous Rod. Or Monstrum. Yeah, I like being able to put a hot on myself as I'm running through all the mobs of enemies. Look, my health went back to full. Feels real good. Alright, Jade, I'm going to use Hollow Ground. Because these things hit really hard. Good use of the limit break. Okay, and my invincibility wore off, and they're no longer immune to stun. We're ready for the hard times. Yeah, I'm gonna take a lot of damage. Maybe I layer more cooldowns right now. They are going down. But this is one of the harder hitting packs for trash pools in the game. But we did it handily, no problem. Just had to apply another dosage of cooldowns. I have had groups where the damage was not good enough, and I ran out of defensive cooldowns. That was really bad. I have wiped there because of low damage.
No matter the cost, we must protect this tower.
That's a nice scythe you have as a caster. Arbinger Elect, the Mega Sisters! I believe she's using Lalafell animations? Because they work better when they're stretched a little bit to make someone a little bit wider. And she fights as the white mage of her group, because of course her sisters needed some healing. You persist in your desecration? Then face the full wrath of the Magus. The three stand as one. With you, sister. Wealth be unto you. Join with me, sisters. And they cast Reflect. And Ice. And they make the ice even better because it reflects on the reflect on the reflect. Oh, it's just like other games. And it's chaos. And it wouldn't be a Magus Sisters fight if it wasn't chaos. Unfortunately, people were mad when they got to this point in the game. Because I was like, wait a minute, they're a dungeon boss? But they're the Magus Sisters. We should have a Magus Sisters trial. But unfortunately, the scope of the game is as such that society rivals like this are no longer what we fight in trials. Insatiable flame consume our foe. I will go far. I don't have a gap closers. Yeah, as soon as we take out the healer sister, we'll be able to take out the others. If you take down another one of the sisters early, she does just res them. I've seen a group do it before. Oh no! That ash size really got everybody. Join with me, sisters! Reflect with lightning. Thunderous tempest, smite our foes! It's just going everywhere! We do still have to beat all the sisters even after we take care of this one, though. And the healer one and the caster one don't move. Only the tall middle sister moves. They do change up their moves a little bit if other sisters are down. Like, she'll start being more aggressive with their line attack like that, because they're no longer saving up their power to be able to use with Reflect. Overall, I think it's just really fun that we finally got to fight the Magus Sisters. They're good. They're good. I'm glad that I'm love to see them make a return in every Final Fantasy game. Oh no, we got the balls. We're alive. You can limit break it now. There's only one left. It doesn't have much health. There you go. Nicely done. Good job, team. Well, the three were as one, and now they're one together again. Also, they were here, I guess. Okay, let's see. Jacket of Striking, not bad. Knives. Let's take a look at these. Yeah, they have like a nice little glow to them. Like they thrum a little bit. So it's neat. I don't know. Not my favorite weapons, the knives, but like, I just think it's cool. Thank you everybody for joining me on this. We're probably not going to get to any other group content today, because... plot. You guys are great. So if you have other things that you need to do, I appreciate that you waited around for being able to do a thing in-game. I am fortunate that I don't have, like, such a big following with me that I have to worry about having people excluded from groups like that, though.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
You really like saying, "What sayest thou," this expansion, don't you, Ariane?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
Syndicate Master has happy to help. I just filled the time with grinding Heavensward Fates for a Shadowbringer's relic weapon. Excellent!
This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
Of course she'll take a look. What do you see? With your special eyes.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
Uh-huh.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
I could have hit it very hard, too.
And that should be the end of it.
But our problems are only just beginning.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
You could have told us about that.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
I'll be fine. I've taken fall damage before. We're not in combat.
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
And we don't even get to see what happens. Oh, that's a cheap cop-out.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
So we win.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Wait! My cat!
G'raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Good job! The cat saved the day. The biggest hero is, of course, G'raha, and not me. Yeah!
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
You hear that, everybody? The cat's gonna be fine. Just get him a burger.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
Yeah, our boat's not big enough, is it?
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Oh yeah, we probably have to do the whole Porksy thing, too.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
Yeah, okay.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions!
Hey, Varshawn! Good of you to arrive.
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're gonna have to imprison all of them until we can get them Porksied. But you know what? They'll get better. And yeah, they'll probably need therapy too, but they'll get better. Things will be okay. Alright, I put it back over to the log tab. I disband the party because we're not going to have another group thing, and I'm probably going to have another solo scenario soon. I don't see any of the other Scions around, so I guess it's just you two.
Killing all those Matonga may have been the true struggle.
Liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzahan for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know how a healing spell to.
Go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath.
Ah, okay, so they moved ahead of me. Got it. They skipped a cutscene. You may now do that with NPC avatars. Got it. And I'm now level 83! But I want to point out now, while we're out of the dungeon, I want to show the cutscene, like, just... Hold on. I love that! I love Holy Sheltron! Oh, it's so good. It's like a little mini limit break. For me. The Jewel of Thavnair. Thancred is rested and ready to set out.
Had enough rest, have you? You're never one for being idle. Right. Our son bid us come to Megaduda at our earliest convenience. The others are to join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners.
Ah, wait. On second thought, you and the Stynian should go on ahead. I did make a quick detour by the great work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar.
Just you and me, then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through.
Thank you for picking up our cat, Thancred. When we delivered Graha to the alchemist, they were not a little excited. Perhaps it was Nidana's rescue that brought them the joy, but given their fascination with the Stynian, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, don't let them look too hard at Grandpa Cac's soul. Let's take a look at the actions list of what we don't have, what we're going to be getting soon. Okay, so I'm going to be getting Expiation, which is an upgrade for Requiescat. Cat. Oh no, that's an upgrade for Spirits Within. And we're going to be getting Guardian. No, we aren't going to be getting Guardian. That's the next expansion. So what else am I going to be getting? Traits? I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, it looks like that might be all I'm guessing. Oh, upgraded magic at 84. Upgraded Divine Veil at 88. And then I think I'm going to be getting the Confiteor combo at 90. Even though it doesn't say. Yeah, here we go. 90. The Fate. The Blade of Faith. Truth and Valor. Ah, I look forward to it. The level 90 ability is so good. Ah! Oh, that's a posture stretch and hydrate. Sure thing. Thank you. My drinks are actually a little bit low. It's warm, so I've been drinking a little bit more often. That said, I didn't have to do nearly as much voice work in this one as I had to in the previous one. Turns out that a lot of people like to talk in Charlane. How about that? Or perhaps more of the voice acting budget went over here? Funny that.
With the tower gone, I expect this state of alert will be lifted.
Ah, Honored Scions. You are free to enter as at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I am afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions to the city, my sentry stationed at the fountain top of the steps will be glad to assist you. We're in. The music here is a little bit sad, though.
Oh, I've been in Rodzathan before. The place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we're best out for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't I expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others.
Justinian will now be accompanying you. You can now walk your elf. Hail, adventurer. If you wish to leave the city, then I shall escort you to the gate. No. We're good. I could probably just walk outside the gate, too. Alright. One thing I really hate about Thavnair is it doesn't have drains. And if you look at the design of the city, from any point that there is water that could rain in the city, they go down all these stairs, they flow down that stairs, past this fountain area, straight to here, and then all the water of the city goes down these steps. There is not a single drain in the city, and I am mad about it every single time I look. Anytime it's raining in the city, I get mad, because realistically, we'd all be flooded down these steps. Every single person in the city, down the steps, every single time. But it doesn't happen. Because it's a video game, and they didn't design the city with a realistic water management in mind. Which is fine. But, like, would it kill them to, like, have the detail of putting in a single, like, drain here and there? I don't know. Ovens are still on cooldown. Oh! Are they? I don't remember putting them on that long of a cooldown, but... How long ago has it been? Let's see, the last oven redeem was 41 minutes ago. Weird! I don't remember touching those at all. Ah, Master Bont, I presume. I understand that you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest point in Rodzathan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars to the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed, and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternative path. First, head up to ascend the steps of the sun, and then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on the Paxos path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at the Ruidirus Fibers. With that, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance.
In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. You heard the sentry. We head up.
That line of dialogue used to be really funny. The pathing AI for the companions following you used to be really buggy. So if you, like, did one of these, Estinian would now be on top of that ledge, or floating in the air. And I do remember a screenshot of someone taking a picture of him floating, like, above your head.
You heard him. We go up.
That said, I do think I'm gonna go and get the dialogue down here. Estinian will probably like,
what are we doing here?
Discuss
Voltage
the
looked in
subject.
the oven. He found a strawberry and chicken pizza.
Strawberry beef and chicken pizza. I've had chicken on pizza before, and beef is normal. Strawberry pizza. Love to see it. You know what? It would be a good sauce.
Oh, yes. I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle. The treasure vault is one of Radzahan's wealthiest families. They took the gold of luck of their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open a section of their vaults, for aspiring treasure hunters who try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden among the lands that act as portals. Find one, you'll gain access to the vault.
Yeah?
Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. This is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest.
Ah, so Estinians had to do some treasure hunting before. So this confirms, this is indeed the vault that the treasure hunts in Stormblood took you to. Which is weird that they're the treasure hunt, or the ones in Stormblood and not the ones for this expansion, but oh well, as you do. It got people excited about it. It seemed to refresh when I close and reopen the app. Oh, I see. I think there is a small cooldown of it. I think like maybe like 5 or 15 minutes. But 40 minutes is really weird. I haven't touched that cooldown in ages. Heading to Medugaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right, and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where the other sentry should be able to on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps on either side of me, you'll find the workshop of Rudeated Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. If you are heading to Megaduta, please follow the hallway to my right, and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge to the entrance to the airship landing where another sentry should assist you.
Quite an ordeal to get to the Satrap's residence. It could stand to be a bit more obvious route, like the one to that vault of Kagane Castle.
So far, we're just kind of following a straight line. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all freights have been suspended until further notice.
So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. Aside, we're not here for an airship. We're business at Megaduta.
Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend the steps and then continue straight and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. You get to Megaduta, so you ascend these steps and then continue straight across the bridge. You cannot miss it.
Confusing as it is, you'd think they intended to make a maze out of Radzahan. Kagane was flat, at least. If you became lost, you could simply head to higher ground to get a lay of the land.
And that does seem like the way of it for a Dragoon. And there's a little Humpsa farm that they have in the city. They have a nice little garden.
Oh, I remember passing by here with Vashan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful.
As you say, we're right next to them. Yeah, I feel you, buddy. I can probably attune to the Aethernet shards. I probably just can't get to the main Aethernet. So let me try this candy. Did I miss one right at the entrance then? No, I did miss one at the airship landing. I'll get it when I head back there eventually one day. Can I attune to the rocks? Yes. But you better believe we'll be back here in order to connect to the Aetherite. It's a Yulmore situation all over again. Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire as to your business?
We are members of the Science of Seventh Dawn. Come to an invitation of His Excellency.
Ah, of course. We have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber, if you would be to allow me to... please follow me after me. They love their lean. Oh good, you brought the cat back, and he's fine!
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
Why is the voice balancing so bad?
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Yeah, same here. You were the hero of the day there, guy.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzat.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Excellent, thank you.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Khan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Oh boy, story time with Vritra.
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago.
What, like 12?
To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed, so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
So what we can glean from that is we knew dragons were aliens, but if the father of dragons said this is the last place hope can be found, the things in the universe must be pretty dire.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
The Lalafell curtsy is... it's good.
Prithee, a moment.
Oh, sure. Do you recognize me as the Azure Dragoon?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor. 'Tis thee.
Oh yeah, right. I do kind of have Midgardsormr in my head. Midgardsormr and I have crossed paths, yes, sir. I only wish he could be here with us now. He's napping because he's had to save me from Omega.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread.
A rivulet? Oh my! That's a word I don't encounter a lot. I love that.
Thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Yeah, they are having a hard time keeping up. Not all of them do. They were some of the best. Okay, not all of them. But some of them were really the best.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Now you see, that's difficult because I'm really good at keeping people, really bad at keeping people safe. Pretty okay at saving them, really bad at protecting them in the first place.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
I'll hold you to that. Isn't it nice to have a friendly dragon? Friendly dragons are the best. So much better than depressed dragons, of which we have met 2, and angry dragons, of which we have met 1.
Our apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely.
Yeah, you did, but you know what? It's fine.
So, what are you and Future talking about?
Don't worry about it.
Nothing. Very well, if you do say so. The others have gone on ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up with them. Like his sister, Tiamat, Greta is possessed of a gentle soul. I'm glad they're on our side.
Yeah, whatever happened to Tiamat? The color of joy, and will be paid with Archon Loaf! Alvino has a mind to join the others of the High Crucible.
The attendant was kind enough to give us directions to the High Crucible. First, let's return to the mulberry orchard.
Round and round the mulberry bush I run to the quest, and when I find the next 2 quests, pop goes the queue time. Alright, let's get there. Jog!
I understand the mulberries are for the silkworms. Grown in a stone's throw away from the satrap's residence. It gives a quintessential Thavnairian flair, don't you think?
I actually talked to you again. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and pass the mulberries. I call this theme for Rods at Han, Sods at Han. One day, Rods at Han will have happy music. One day! But we're not there yet. The word Yuge apparently means bind in local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects all the others to the city. If we manage to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible, or so I was told. Where the street turns, enter a door straight ahead to descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzahan. Architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where the door takes us. And down we go. These steps I'm very familiar with. Phew. Seems we're on the right track. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and this isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of the two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let's join them. And we cannot attune the Aetheryte because, according to the message on the base, the Aetheryte has been temporarily disabled. Shame. Would have been nice to get all my attuning done. Oh, hi, you two. Though this land hath been afforded a respite, in turmoil do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. You took your time. Got turned around, I take it. Oh, he kinda said the thing from the trailer. What an immense laboratory! How many such places were enlisted in the forge of the warding skills, I wonder? Excellent. You'll hear time in here to lay us good news. I'm quite well now, I assure you. They say the stronger the taste and stronger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the aether I spent, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think assembling of local delicacies is in order. Hamza cuisine said it would be a good place to start, perhaps. As I heard it, after you defeated Nidhogg, his scales found their way into the hands of the Firmament's artisans. Steeped in power as they are, it's no surprise they were covered with. Still, it is a strange legacy of the vengeful worm. We're last, of course, but at least we've found a place.
These are the talismans we were promised. Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
I was thinking we'd only get, like, enough for every sign, but no, it looks like we're getting enough to arm, like, the entire... like, an entire squadron of people for, like, some kind of army to possibly fight against something tempered, perhaps, maybe. Who knows?
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
That is what I said, right?
We would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
You can count on me to carry a box.
Please, I must speak with you.
Hi, welcome back. Got the cure first, huh?
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Well done.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yeah. Look, I have a whole box of them right here. Please don't open it.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Yeah, you're a crafter at heart. Oh, joy! Right, I have the emotion flower with me, and it's feeling joy. That's why it's yellow.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
Isn't it neat?
What do you have there?
An emotion flower.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
Huh?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
As foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions.
I'm glad that you said that particular line. Torn from the heavens. Good song.
Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, Surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
Ah, yes. What you're calling a limit break, if you would. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I see. Akasha, huh?
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
We're learning together!
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
Oh, okay. You can carry the burden.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Like, we know that the emotion flower is important, because Mom told us to take it. Even though it's an endangered species. But according to her, Akasha cannot be created or destroyed, so if something happens to our flower, we'll just get... like, another one will pop up somewhere? Maybe that's why there's only, like, maybe 20 in existence in the entire world. I don't know. I don't know how this works.
The last thing I remember before being absorbed in the tower was you rushing towards me. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours must have had to overcome and rescue us. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude, but I hope the flower's radiance grows and glow and says everything I cannot.
Probably. Since I'm already halfway to this Aether Shard, I'm gonna go over and get it before I teleport to Sharlayan. Yeah, they have the real good hookah engines in here. The greatest of alchemy. Okay. We just simply use the teleport. I did not attune to all the shards, but that's okay. It's a neat city. But we'll go back there some other day. Give it a proper explore. When that day happens. I went the wrong way. This is better. Oh, Crowley, right here.
It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Sacred suggests, you should get some rest in the meantime.
So we have to go to the inn room. This might be the cutscene.
Welcome back, Bont. Crowl has apprised me of the recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower, and to pave a way to deal with the rest. Well, there isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing onto a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings for now?
Sure. And we'll be given bread! Disgusting! The sheets and pillow look the same. Just put the flower on the bedside for now so we don't crush it. It's lost almost all the yellow, but still has some. Put a nice...
Take heart and protect them well.
Was that a knock at my door? Who's there awaiting for me? Food!
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
No, of course not.
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Wonderful! So remember how last expansion they had a little bit of food stuff? No, people loved it so much they asked for more, as their team was allowed to continue to work on food. Also, we get to see Cryo without the hood! And he finally gets a burger! She does too, and she gets rid of the pickle. It's falling out!
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
He expects it all to be like loaf.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
Yeah, let's go with that.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
I wish they would show me drinking too.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since. Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Yup. It's on this bed over there. Bedside, rather.
It will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tloforoi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
I really want to eat this burger. She steals his cookie.
That's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle.
It's a really, really tall burger. You're not wrong.
Require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume.
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Ah.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Not quite.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
Would you please explain?
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
I mean, that's a good reason to learn a levitation spell as any. It's practical learning. And so we finally get to eat, after a fade to black. And not a thing was left. Oh, the moon is bright. Are we pushing until dawn, or shall we call it a night, or... You know these are my quarters, right? Actually, they're not, because I'm just kind of borrowing them. Are we pushing until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
I also think pushing on... Okay, sorry, it's going on its own. Oh, that's fun. Oh, they're all happy. That's good. Green. Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, in Garlemald, the moon is bright.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnair has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow,
Yeah.
Until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
I don't think anybody will like anything that they both like. On wings of hope. Did you enjoy Burger, Graha?
I hope you didn't mind us barging into your room for a late-night feast. For what it's worth, it would be a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment.
Honestly, I think it was worth it just to see that burger. I was really worried when you guys put down the food in the middle of talking. I was worried it was going to get cold and you guys wouldn't eat it. But here we are. We ate everything when the screen faded to black. Please, fix my stuff. Thank you. Sound the bell. School's in. Kryl and Graha were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. We're going to be given a new weapon. Of pewter.
Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I want to try and speak to the Scholar Montalane and thank him for coming to our rescue in Rostra. As it turns out, he's come here to see us following the hearing, only to find out that we'd already departed for Thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Shoal and the others, I thought it'd be a perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me?
Sure.
Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them to wait for the... will not be long.
That's a shame. We don't get to bring our cat with us. But we do get to bring the kids.
If Father can master these fiendish contraptions, then so can I.
They even got a little target dummy for him and everything.
Heading out for a stroll?
Yeah, we're going over to class.
The Scholar himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people, worrying over his reputation. And at our alma mater, no less. Will wonders never cease?
You'll understand soon enough. Off we go! I hope I do. Let's pop sprint to get the jog going. I do have to remember to activate that every time. And now we go over to the Spudium. Not over to where the books are. Or we headed first. No, now we go to the place that actually does have the Aethernet shard. And we don't go inside yet. We meet them outside.
See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's a mark of Thavnair, the scholar. A bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlene itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studio. It feels like only yesterday that I first walked through these whole doors.
Oh yeah, the Reaper Snap theme.
Here it is, Phenomenon. Well, I expected you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. It's the first time that you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magic, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. At the center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study and the aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Though along with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expands to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, the 432nd year of the Sixth Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question that the world's leading authorities of aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields standing proud in. Charlene's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed. I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in a top form back then. Youngest into the Studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on. You both joined the Studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Not that I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the Studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend Alphino Levier began. We shall expect everyone to be fully aware of the recent exploits. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body felt for Alphino. With a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage.
We'll see.
Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for the Scholar Montalane. Other faculties tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wherever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students who've seen him.
Alright, let's go into the well-lit building. Back at it. And Jog is still there! They have a summoning bell. They have a place to spend your scripts. I wonder why.
That's Master Alphino Levier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levier? And he's one with his sister and Master Valdesian's granddaughter. It can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word!
Wow, guy. Really?
Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for the Scholark, yeah? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Aliapo seemed better. That's a better idea.
Aliapo, huh? I've heard that name before. Yeah, he has a couple of fans. He spoke to me! He actually spoke to me!
It's Alphino himself, in the flesh!
I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with Scholark has concluded.
The Scholark? Tell me, good fellow, does this have something to do with us saving the world from the catastrophe?
Might we turn our attention to Master Olivier's graduation thesis? I too had high doubts regarding a policy of non-intervention.
Is it true you experienced it overseas, or a reason you have incurred the ire of the Forum? Oh, what I would give to see you butt heads with those old codgers.
Wow. Oh, she does have some fans. Maybe. Things were bad enough during school days, and Alphinaud's time abroad has only heightened his fame, or shall I be infamy. He had his rivals and detractors, of course. Things of them they gave up after his adoring fans set upon him like a ravenous dogs. Alphinaud, on the other hand, never paid much notice. They were simply beneath him. Ah. You're doing your best. Let's see, we got someone in here. Oh yeah, Key Aliapo. Along with a lot of other people who might potentially be important for me one day. Oh look, there's exactly 5 of them. I wonder why.
Are you lost? Wander all off the streets, perhaps? Oh, yeah, don't tell me. You're the trainee cleaner, fresh off the guild ship, am I right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me, an orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let's start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find at the studium? That's right, books. Here's the second most important. Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal with here in the Searcher's Meet. When the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If they don't have it in our stores, we send the cleaners off to find it. Honestly, if you were to come to some requests we get, eye the price of this, tongue of a gig and toad that, it's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possible with some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. Our newest cleaner, you have our work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding.
The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is the information on the scholar's whereabouts. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. I'll say the latter here.
So what you're telling me is, you're not a gleaner? Yeah, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a Skolok? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock market. Oh, you mean him? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to the Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see him on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Huh! In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Skolok has probably already left. Best luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it.
I probably will.
Finding a worthy cleaner is proving tougher than I thought. Maybe I'm not suited for this line of work.
Maybe. It'll be okay. And why am I voicing her like that, you might ask? It's because she has the same last name as Chloe and Sloey. Because after all, they're all sisters. Alright, so how do I get inside this one? This one. Yep, 3 more studiums. Oh, here you are.
Yes, the Skolok was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. It's strange seeing the Maker's Meet so empty. People usually treat it like a common room.
Probably because Alphinaud's here and lured everybody out and away from it. So we go back across the hall to the other way. This one looks good? No. This one. Yeah, there you are. Montelshane!
Ah, I remember you.
And I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye.
Oh. You can be their step-grandfather, it's fine.
You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
Yeah.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
I'll be sure to come and see you again one day.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Yeah, as we observed, the guy was just silenced.
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
Alright, the fact that you're even able to say that means that you're able to incite panic.
As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Oh boy, story time with teacher. Oh boy, class of 4. These are big desks. Wow. Illusions. Or summons. Maybe both. Real Magic Man.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Kinda wish I could do magic like that.
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the 3rd?
It has to be corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
What does it say? Welcome to Hydaelyn? I can't read Eorzean text very good. Welcome to the Hydrant? Welcome to the live stream?
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
or you wouldn't be able to read it.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Censorship!
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
It's related to me, I'm sure.
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Yeah.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
Yeah?
For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
How will you do that? Ah. Nice!
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
Because then it all goes away.
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
Oh yeah, this is the thing that Fanny Danny was telling me about.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form.
Oh yeah, reincarnation.
Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
No, we had that last night. You've had fun giving this lesson a dozen times, haven't you? You've refined this.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Yay! I can finally go to college! Even though I've never graduated high school, apparently.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
What a jovial old man. I like that guy a lot. I really hope he doesn't turn out to be a villain. And he gave us a weapon. You have been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you're game, Kai-Shirr would like to put your artisanry to good use.
While Scarlock Montalane is best known for his role as head of the Studium, he can be said to be one of the finest mages Charlene his own ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease at which he weaves his extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt his claim. Some of my earliest memories are of Scarlock Montalane, actually. He was a close friend of my grandfather. He would come to tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration of paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the Studium in the first place.
A capital idea! For I was still digesting a rather hefty portion of food for thought.
Well, that has given us so much to mull over. I much feel that we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny. I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I've come to friendship and support of a great boon with us in the days to come. And for that note, let's head back to Annex. Perhaps in one way, on the way, you'll be able to better acquaint yourself with Kai-Shirr, as the Scarlock suggested, while I share our findings on Raha.
So, in order to talk to Kai-Shirr, I'm not allowed to do it as a fighter job, huh? In order to do that, I have to talk to her as a crafter or a gatherer. So, you better believe I'm gonna be saving that for its own dedicated episode. So, that's a thing I can do now. That's a thing I could do now. However, I don't think I can even finish that until I at least get, 3/4 of the way through the plot. So, I'm not gonna be doing that anytime soon. It's fun that it's there. I'm glad that it's there. But we're not gonna be doing that right now. I have almost all my classes prepped and ready for it. I think... yeah, once all these are 85, then they'll all be set and ready to go. And the custom deliveries I do at the beginning of every session will absolutely put me well on my way to being able to do that. Right, we have to go in this one.
Having spent most of my time in Thavnair, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Charlene. Even finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge.
So the reason you weren't there last night is because you got lost?
No.
Justinian returned not long after we departed for the Studium. A shame that he missed a chance to attend our lecture with the Scarlock. Or perhaps not.
Yeah, I don't think he would have liked it.
It seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scarlock Montalane's lecture to Raha. Given his experience in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. You'd better not let the guard down around Key. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it, you'll be running on another side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other such rubbish. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace with your usual heroics. As Scarlock said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries.
It's funny that she mentions running to the other side of the world for a bottle of wine after a particular side quest for the return to Iblis raids. Because that's exactly what your character has done before.
Ah, welcome back. From what I heard, the trip to the Studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from my fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy, and my preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Companies of Eorzea, the Eastern Alliance, together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales to the possession of Limsa Laminsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive.
It's too early to say for certain. That does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan. Let's see what awaits us in Vilbrand.
Let's start by getting his scales out of storage. Give me a hand, will you, Estinian?
Yeah, he is tall. He would not need a levitation spell either. He can just jump. He's probably the one who put it on the top shelf to begin with. Oh boy, those are 3 boxes in exactly the same formation as before. It's almost like they're one model.
Phew. I didn't realize these crates were so heavy.
Well, yeah, they're bigger than you are.
I shouldn't complain, though. Rita and the alchemists in the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Form's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. You're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news on our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Laminsa!
I'm sorry, Kryl. I would bring you with us if I could.
If you learn aught of interest, be sure to let me know. In the meantime, I will do what I can to aid our cause, though I fear that will be precious little given the circumstances.
Yeah. Alright, to Linda. Linda Laminda. Is that still my return point? You believe it! Unfortunately, this is in Linda Laminda, which I forgot how long it takes to load Linda Laminda. Please, game, let me move. Please, let me leave that place. That Aetheryte Plaza is the death of loading times. The less you have to go to Limsa, the better.
Oh, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the elder seats here in the Sultana. Three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. They need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you into them?
I'm good. Proceed to the command room.
My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have decided to take the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding skills and our ability to utilize our potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlene, our allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to increasing numbers of primals as well. But your triumphs in Razahan has given us cause for hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold at halfway at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. Those brave few will be an Ilsabard contingent.
Nice!
To think such progress has been made in so short a span.
Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide to the people of Garlemald.
As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will, and served the Thalapaloi's every whim without question. We too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask that in choosing to remember that we do not forsake our compassion and morality, and for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end.
Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Irange observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there are reason to believe that the smaller spires are merely precursor for what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of Thalfloy. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spires are primarily purposes to divide us and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation.
This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw far more than is required during this task alone. Their excess aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit.
It would surprise me to learn the least of which is being redirected to a larger spire in the capital. There is a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring that schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers.
That's all well and good. What would you have us do? I assume it's more than heading over the scales and being on our way.
We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it as an official request from the Grand Companies Veyorze and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Well, it's a quest. I'll take it. Are they paying?
Perhaps you should be the one to answer that.
Alright. For honor and glory, for the people of Garlemald, for revenge against the Thalapaloi. Honestly, can we say for money? No. For honor and glory. Couldn't have put it better myself.
Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support, and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive that you would come in the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct.
Yeah, and I didn't even have a choice to say no to get the entire room to balk at me. I really like this getting things done music that they got going for Endwalker here. I love this. The music design is good. Only -1 for loud, noisy guitar.
Once you have delivered the warding scales to El Amigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Rabon and Lord Aimbrick are overseeing the preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival.
Packed warm clothing, furs and the like. Without the cold will do you in before the Thalapaloi so much as draw steel. And for us, we'll be keeping the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in our knowledge, Eorzea will be as safe as you left it. Or better, upon your return. Am I gonna get a promotion when I get back? No. I guess it's fair and warranted. I haven't really done anything with the Grand Company in a long time. I'm pretty sure I sent them out to do a mission, and I never got back to see if they finished their report. Oh well, not worried about that right now. I'm not sure if turning in this quest is what starts the next great big grand cutscene. I think accepting the next quest does. So I'll turn this one in, and then I'll call it for a stream.
Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is setting into life as a scion. Collaboration never really was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a gale cap swept up in a strong breeze. Rest assured, he'll always be there when you need him. Probably.
Right next to him, too.
If Aemeric asks after me, say I'm getting on the line, on fine and leave it after that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord.
What? You know it was a blunder, wasn't it?
No!
You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Elzebad contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? I'll admit, this is all rather daunting, and not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with the Alliance's finest. The best of the best, the warrior of light and, well, me. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is a way of distracting myself from the part I should be worrying about, marching into Garlemald.
I must quiz Thancred and Urianger on the condition they expected to see in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but just how cold? Will I need to keep my ears covered? They can be a bit sensitive at times.
Oh no, this is the big cutscene, isn't it?
Oh, the Wanderer's return. We've been busy bringing down his tower and producing the keys to destroy the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible.
Will you, Lord Aemeric, be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fail into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition in the formation of the Elzebad contingent. It's the very suggestion that we send some of our finest troops behind the enemy lines to render aid unto the Guardians has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters.
Can't please them all.
Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I would much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve better than any blade.
I hate to say it, but Lord Aemeric struggles to mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing the Eorzeal is in safe hands. As you fight a good fight in Elzebad, I and other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just.
Thank you, both of you.
We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Wellet. But what I gather, the protective talismans you've obtained have led to the formation of the Expeditionary Force. My contribution to the occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I've shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side.
You're not coming with us. Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this.
I do. The Thalafaloi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel to the Elzebad contingent, would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of former legatus and attempt to raise me in the proposition of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. You make good points.
Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would hinder your efforts.
We will deliver your people from harm in your stead, or I doubt they will be pleased to see a champion of yours who set foot on Garlean soil, or I understand, Werlit is in your hands. I really want to say this one, but I feel like this one is only unlocked by doing the weapon quest line. Werlit is in your hands.
I will defend it to my dying breath. As the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of Werlit intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we'll be ready.
Good. Good on you.
In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may be defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I will stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask that you escort our friends inside?
Oh no, is it all contained and combined?
You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you.
Okay, we get that next time. Good. Okay. Alright, you know what? This is a good point to leave off.
Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimated at your peril. Once we've all seen the contingent on its way, I'll return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, we will remain to have a fight. Few will remain who have the will to fight much harder to make up the difference. Let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. Aye, this old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from the troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged in the lunar primal, a great worm swooped down on the skies and above and came to their aid. This worm, as described, was the spitting image of Tiamat. It would seem that she too continues to wage a war against the Telophaloi.
Nice! Okay, so that's what she's busy doing.
I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, when the only Imperials that we have ever known are soldiers. With the knowledge that our allies are holding the line in our absence, we may devote our attention to Ilzabard in front. So that's Gaius Vilsar. The horrors they must have seen. Many of his own making, I do no doubt. Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Virus's murder, though I am rather less recognizable on sight. Still, it's something I bear in mind once we reach Garlemald.
Yeah, you'll probably want to stay in the back and defend. Alright, so, I think that was a pretty good stream. Overall, I'm pretty happy with the amount of content that we're able to accomplish today. We got a lot done, and we're at a great starting point for next time. We've seen one new region per stream, and that trend is going to continue for a good while yet. However, I have to warn you, next stream is going to be heavy. We're going to war, and not the pretty side of war. And it's going to be really messed up, and it's going to be really bad. And I am probably going to get really sad. So you know what? I'm going to pack some candy. I'm going to, make sure it's a good, fun time for everybody involved, in spite of the sadness and the horrors. And we're going to get through the struggle together. We're going to be in for a real good, bad time, okay? Everybody's going to be in for a real good, bad time next time. Normally, I would be checking my phone right now to see who is available to raid. However, my phone was taken away from me, and apparently it's being upgraded right now. So, I can't do that. So I have no idea where it's going, so I'm just going to cut it off there. Sync Master adds at the end, "Ah yes, the ball starts rolling next time." You mean it hasn't already rolled? We're this deep into the game. What do you mean the ball starts rolling? Don't worry about it. We'll find out. But it is going to be an extremely heavy ball, and we'll bear this ball together. So thank you all so much for watching. You all are great. We'll take a picture to commemorate this moment. And we'll see you guys next time. Later, everybody. So far, this expansion has been taking it easy. Yeah, it has. It feels like we've gone through the entire expansion, but no, this is only the beginning. End of Final Fantasy 9 next time. Oh, right, yeah, it is the end of the stream. I probably should be doing that, too. Right, I'm holding off for a moment. Next week, the end of Final Fantasy 9. Legitimately, there's only, like, the 2 super bosses left, right? So it shouldn't be that long, unless I take forever to kill the super bosses. Which, it's Ozma, so it probably will. I might have to do some off-screen grinding, if I'm going to have any hope of surviving a meteor to be able to get that fight done. So yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks we're coming back to this. Tuesday next week, we're also going to be going back to MechWarrior. And I really hope that I will be given some time to be able to get some Kingmaker up. We're very close to April. I will not be streaming on April 1st. No, get that out of your head. And we're coming up on seeing Etrian Odyssey back on the channel again. So please look forward to it. Alright, now we can say goodbye. Bye, everybody!